massively overwhelmed by all of the craziness. Oh, that was a
Write it
look.
down. I just remembered I did actually buy something.
You did. It was not a magic item. It doesn't really need explanation, but you did buy smut.
I
Um,
did. I just remembered that.
yep, mer smut. Um, so there was smut involved. Let's see.
Like all great D&D.
Of
Right.
course, of course. Yeah, Teffin got some names for people that could maybe help out with the Seven Sons stuff. Um, and yeah, Thea, you have some vials of wind hyssop whiskey, and yeah, um, Paul got super drunk and stoned, and was
That's
yep,
right.
yep. He's saying "What's up, pussycat?" to the Tabaxi barkeep, and somehow both managed to offend and flatter her. Um, let's see. I think we ended up with you guys bedding down for the night, and I think you intended at least to leave by foot in the morning. For a 3-day journey down south.
Sounds right to me.
Can anybody think of anything I missed? Those were
What's
Oh,
the
we
the
did.
town or city that we're traveling to?
You are traveling to pretty. They effectively just call it the township of the Crystal Spades,
That's right.
um, in the Empire of the Crystal Spades. So you're currently you're within the first day you're going to cross over into the Empire of the Crystal Spades. So the township proper is going to be as you get closer. Um, into your destination, the castle there. Um,
So
so
we're
yeah,
currently in the Black Queen's domain,
yes,
right?
yeah. Um,
Um, the other thing that we didn't finish it by any means, I don't think, but we were working on Thea's moth cloak
yes,
so that she could have a saddle.
yeah. So you got some of the Class B things taken care of. I forget if I told you a timeline on how much that would take, but I think part of that also, you will eventually be successful, but I think the roles kind of have been determining how long it's taking.
Hmm.
Um, so you got a chunk of it done, but it is not finished yet.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, you guys had bedded down for the night in the inn. Paul was super out. Um, and is that a gummy bear on a stick?
Is that a ginger candy?
It's a honey.
Mm.
It's like a honeysucker.
Ah,
My
okay.
allergies are killing me, and because I'm still feeding little man, I can pretty much take Tylenol, and that's it. So,
Yep.
Gotcha.
uh,
Gotcha. So,
Sorry.
local honey it is. But that's a cool idea, though. And I like that it looks like a gummy bear.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've
Yep.
never had a honey flavored sucker, but it's pretty good.
Yup. Yep, yep, yep. Absolutely. All right. So, yeah, you guys start off in the morning. I assume that you started recording before the recap, Keith.
In the middle of, but that's fine.
Okay. At least we have some chunklets of what's going on there. I can make sure that I take notes on anything that we missed in the recap later. Um, sorry, I might be in and out coughing here and there. Um, okay, so first on, what's going on? Are you guys going to kind of take your time getting up in the morning and things like that, or
Unless anybody hurries eating along, he just takes his sweet time.
I guess for me, it just depends on how long it takes me to wake up after my debauchery of last night.
that is a fair point. Okay. Um, roll me. Okay, you're at least going to be out until 6 a.m. Roll me a d6 to see how much longer after that.
Dicks.
So so Paul is still thoroughly unconscious for the whole morning pretty much. Now, if you guys decide that you want to get up and go, it's not impossible to like throw him into the cart asleep. Uh, so kind of depends on what the rest of you want to do, but clearly they're not in a hurry. So Eden at least gets to sleep in with his little entourage. Is anybody else up and at 'em at some point in time and ready to hit the road early?
I mean, I would get up and do my regular routine of,
Or
checking Quimby, making sure the cart's ready to go, getting him in the traces ready to pull the cart, making sure all of everything is stowed where it needs to be and locked up. Um, I think I was working. I think I was working on a project for. I think I was actually working on a couple of projects, wasn't I?
you were going to work on something for Paul.
I was working on something for Paul, and I was working on something for Thea.
Straps for a moth.
The like cloak.
Yeah,
Saddle.
the gold filigree tuning fork for your cloak or saddle, your cloak saddle.
What was the thing for Paul? I have forgotten.
A belt harness for his weapons and the immovable rod.
Ah, okay.
Like think of like a medieval jock strap.
Ah.
I think it's
And
probably
just that.
not quite like that.
Like
It
Paul's imagining like a cod piece
Ooh.
for his bow.
yeah.
And that will be like his clothing item of choice and nothing else.
Mm.
Yep, that tracks.
Yeah,
That
I
tracks.
figured Tefn is actually making it um, more like a set of like a climbing harness kind of thing. So it's got the full belt, and then it's also got like leg straps that hit right above the knee, and everything.
Like I love how like Tefan is like thinking like structurally how can I make this more effective, and Paul's just like big giant cod piece. Where I can,
Start
Seems
rolling
rather fitting.
intimidation checks for the cod piece. He's such a little dwarf. How?
So once I've got the wagon kind of ready to go, I'll pull out some of the light materials and be working on one or both of those projects while I'm waiting for everyone else to gather up.
And so Thea, you might be the decider of timing on this.
Sweet.
When would she probably be likely to be ready to get out and about?
I mean, I feel like she would sleep in. Everybody else just kind of sleeping in.
All right.
Yeah. I mean,
Is
it's like jet lag, right?
Yeah, sure. Honestly, probably there's some weird like Seven Suns nonsense that would probably go into time zones, so that would track. Yeah, so you're able to sleep in and whatnot. Do you sleep until noon like Paul?
No, I think she'd get up before noon.
Okay. Like 9-ish, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So Teffin is up before everybody else, and you can probably like I think that the stables probably have some noise coming from him and things like that. So
Yeah.
you're able to hear that he's already up. There is no sign of anybody else yet. Um, so would that be a thing where you start knocking on doors?
Oh, me? I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to him. My bad.
Or
Yeah.
Teffin?
Well, by like 9 o'clock or so. Is there? We're staying at an inn, right?
Mhm.
Was it like the suites that we've stayed in before? Where there's like a common area, or are we all in different rooms?
I think we
Do
were
you
in different
remember?
rooms this time, but
Yeah,
I
I
don't
want to say
remember.
you're in different rooms. Like they might have been, some of them might have been shared. I think you had your own.
Okay.
Um, but but yeah, they were. I think you would be in your separate rooms, and then the tavern is down below. So, oh wait, actually, did you guys stay at the tavern inn, or did you go to the really nice place?
If Eden had his way, they would have gone somewhere nicer, but I don't remember if he did.
I don't remember either. You were told that there was a nicer place, but the money might have been spent by then. Because I don't think you did a performance.
Mm-mm.
So I
Didn't
think you
have time
stayed
on
at the
this one.
tavern. Yeah, I think you stayed at the tavern.
It's okay. I'll just use the message jewelry because I remembered that we had that. And just, good morning, everybody. What's the plan for today? It's getting a little bit later in the morning. Does anybody want to get breakfast?
Babe, you have reached Paul. He is not available. Please leave a message after.
And Paul, you will have no memory of that when you wake up. Tevin, do you
Um,
respond?
Everybody?
Or anybody?
Everybody hears that too, right? Like
Oh
that's
yeah, totally.
It's the open channel.
It's like,
Yeah, you still haven't figured out how to do a private channel on this yet. It's just to everybody.
well, I'm the wagon's ready to go. Quimby's ready to go. I'm just working on some stuff down in the wagon, on the wagon, around the wagon. Um, I'm up for breakfast and ready to go whenever.
I'm currently finishing up breakfast. I will be down shortly.
So, uh, yeah, that is. So
I'm,
do you
I'm
get?
gonna head down to the tavern and Stefan, I'll order you some breakfast, and at some point we'll have to drag Paul out of his room. Everyone, one, two,
That
three, not it.
I can get him. That
I
can be
also
my burden to bear.
I really appreciate too that you're waking everybody up in the morning. Voice is so gentle and sweet. Like, hi guys. Like,
Good morning.
that would be so much nicer than the way like Paul would do it. Um,
or the way
I
that Jason does it.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Yeah, so you're able to go down and it's a different person tending the bar and different wait staff for this shift. Um, there is a kind of almost werewolf looking guy behind the bar. Um, and a gnome kind of scurrying back and forth to do the table waiting, and she'll pop over to ask you how many people you're expecting and all of that kind of stuff.
Just two for breakfast.
Two? Okay. We'll put you over here, and here's what we have for breakfast. There's like some different like egg benedicty kind of things. There's like a lot of vegetarian options. They do a lot with the jungle fruits and things like that here. Um, and there is, however, still bacon. A lot of vegetarian options as well. So yeah, you are able to order whatever you want for the most part. There's some more traditional things and some really funky looking things. So
Just I'll do a private message to Teffin. Like, Teffin, are you vegetarian?
No.
Okay, just making sure. Um, and I'll just order whatever's the equivalent of like a full English breakfast.
sounds good. So you're able to like for the both of you, few copper. It's not a really big deal. Um, and she'll bring out a carafe of coffee and whatnot as well. So yeah, you guys are able to get that. By the time Teffin you get in, it is on the table and ready for you. Um, so yeah, uh, how long does it take the Eden party to pull themselves together?
Um, Probably not long after they've been informed that that people are up and about, so we'll head down.
Um, and the waitress will bring other seating and things like that over to the table. She's a little bit exasperated because she was thinking only two people would show up, but when
Oh
she
no, like if they're already like sitting and eating, we'll just head out to the cart probably, or at least Eden will head out to the cart.
All right. Um, yeah, they'll stop off for some coffee really quick, but nothing time consuming, so they'd follow you. There is enough like space to sit down at the table. She just has to put chairs, so it's not a big deal either way. Um, yeah, so once you're done with all of that, Paul is still not there. So,
Eden will go get him. Is there? You said this is above the bar, like the
yeah, the rooms are above the
inn
tavern.
or above. Okay, so dragging him down by his feet is probably not a great idea. Stairs.
I don't think it would
Eden,
wake him up.
Probably not.
probably not, but I don't think it can afford any more brain damage.
That part's true.
So Eden will knock on his door.
My passive perception normally is 0. So I'm assuming I probably don't hear it.
No, but you can hear snoring, so you at least know he's alive.
Is the door locked?
Uh,
Uh, did you guys lock it behind me? Then it is not locked.
Eden will just open it, sort of like peek in, sort of anticipating Paul naked on the floor.
You are not disappointed.
All right. So he'll. I assume this is not the first time this has happened for Eden, so he'll just go ahead and go find all of your stuff and
There's
throw a
not
pair
much.
of yeah,
Yeah.
he'll throw a pair of pants sort of on you, and then he will in the at least until we get to the stairs, he's just grabbing like one foot and dragging, and then at the stairs he'll like try to lift you a little bit and take you down.
roll me
I'm
a strength.
not really that heavy.
She
I
No,
am
weighs.
a
but
gnome.
he's also carrying like your great axe
Yeah,
and stuff
my
too.
stuff is way heavier than I am.
Yeah, yeah, roll me a strength check. It doesn't have to be crazy high.
I have a whole total of +1 for this.
Yep,
Do you think you
That's
weigh
a
more than
10.
10 pounds?
that's a 10. Okay, that was the
Oh,
DC I had in
I
mind.
would
It
say
is,
not. No, yeah, I weigh more than 10 pounds.
You think?
Yeah.
yeah, probably more than 10, especially since you're like beefcakey muscle band.
Yeah.
Like, you're short, but you got a lot of compact like muscle fiber in there. So,
I mean,
um,
human babies are sometimes born at like 10
Yeah,
pounds.
they weigh up to
So,
40. Your standard gnomes weigh up to about 45 pounds, so I probably weigh like 55-ish
yeah,
pounds.
I was thinking 55, 60 probably is a
doable, but dead
pretty,
weight? Mm.
yeah, it's hefty. So you're able to do it, but between all of the things going on, it is not graceful. And you are deeply winded by the time you get down the stairs. Uh,
It's just sort of like he'll try to sort of nicely put his head down, but his legs he's just dropping. Get his head
so,
down, and then he's dragging him out by the foot again for the rest.
I mean, thankfully, there's some nice like grass and cushy stuff once you get out the door. So that part's probably kind of cool and refreshing. Not that he's awake to notice.
By the time Eden gets to the cart, he's just like hands on knees.
Like my chest hurts.
Eric looks over and he's like, "You could have just told me. I'd have picked him up for you."
No, it's fine. It's good. This is not the first time.
Huh.
Just
That
the
doesn't
stairs.
surprise me.
The stairs were just hard to navigate. I was trying not to drop him on his head. Again.
You're a good friend. Um, but if you'd like help next time, if this is a frequent thing, I'm happy to help you get him down the stairs.
Duly noted.
So you have all now gathered at the uh at the cart.
Okay. Would someone else be willing to put him actually in the cart?
Like just Eric just throws him over his shoulder like he weighs nothing. Uh,
Yeah. This is how I am as a parent. My shirt is inside out, and there's baby spit up on my shirt.
Been there, done that.
And
Yeah.
it is now 9:30, and I am just now realizing this.
That's amazing. I mean, if nobody pointed it out to you, apparently it didn't matter.
Well,
It's all good.
So, um, for comedic effect, what happens if, as he's putting him in the cart, the rod gets clicked?
Now, explain to me the arrangement of the rod since you are carrying all of his shit. How is the arrangement when it gets clicked?
I imagine he just like sort of threw everything onto his stomach inside of his bag, except his axe, which is too big. Or axes plural, huh? Because you have your hand axes too, don't you?
mhm.
Yeah. So everything
I have
except the
I have a
axe.
great axe, two hand axes, and a magical sword of some kind. Immovable rod and a pouch of gold that I don't realize there's any gold.
Oh, actually, I forgot. So actually, the sword and the great axe, he just put in the bag of holding temporarily, but he didn't think anything about like all of the smaller stuff. So like the hand axes and everything are just sort of in a bag on his stomach, and I'm assuming that's where the rod is too.
It would make sense. Um, so so as Eric is like pulling him into the cart, like his shoulder pushes up against one of those without knowing it, and he goes to like kind of throw him but more gently over, and there's this catch where you just see this um and not actually putting two and two together. Eric is just deeply confused as to why he is stuck there, and then steps back. And if you kind of hung his stuff like on the front of him, he just
Hmm.
hangs there by the straps of the backpack thing. Um, and it takes a minute for Eric to put two and two together as far as like what the problem is. Actually, has he seen you use
Eric
that?
would have never seen me use the immovable rod.
Yeah, so he's just real confused and is like starting to walk around you trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah, the last time I used it, I jammed it into the collarbone of somebody. So
That's true.
Yep, and that
Yeah,
was.
that was in Emerald City.
Mhm.
So, um, yeah, he starts walking around. So Eden's seeing all of this, and like Eric looks dumbfounded. Um,
I'm
Gonna
just there like,
watch.
well, I mean, he is in the cart. Can we do we leave him like this?
Probably not.
Okay, what does he
The
do
carts
this
won't move
very?
him.
I have an interesting question about physics in this game. If
Uh-huh.
I am hanging in the cart by the immovable rod in a fixed point in space, okay, but the cart closes into another dimension with me inside of it, do I travel with the cart?
If you are in the pocket dimension part of it, yes. If
Okay,
you are in the normal cart back, no.
okay. That's what I was curious about. Okay,
Yeah, because that whole dimension is moving, so it is kind of its own plane of space.
right.
So if it moves, you are moving with the plane of space.
That's kind
So
okay. I was
yeah,
wondering just how amazing it would be if my character's death is just he gets lost in another plane of existence accidentally. If they just can't, don't know, they can't find him now.
I'm gonna cut
Have
that
to
in the
drive
back of
back
my
the way we
mind when
came.
I finally am fed up with Paul.
that's really funny.
I was just saying, if I have to roll another character tonight, I will do it if it makes sense for the game.
We would lose a very large source of comic relief, though.
Mm.
So I was curious. I had to.
Yeah, yeah. I actually thought about that as soon as as soon as Steven asked the question. I was just like, huh, part of this card is its own dimension. How does that work? So, thinking the same thoughts there.
Yeah, we can't just leave him there. We have to turn the thing off so that he goes and we can put him down.
The thing? What?
The
What's?
the the
You
thing.
have to press his rod.
The thing. The
Phrasing.
Eric is just like, huh? And then,
He won't go down if you don't press his rod.
I mean, given Eric's profession, honestly.
I was just about to say, if memory serves me right, Aaron is a escort,
he's a
or Eric is
Coruscant,
an
yeah.
escort.
Yeah. Uh, he thinks about it, but then like seeing that there is something that is trying to like almost pull out of his bag, he looks over and he was like, "Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, the thing in the bag. That thing in the bag.
okay." Uh, he opens the bag and figures out like what this is and unpresses the thing.
Immediately,
Oh,
right? He opens the bag and Paul
absolutely.
drops.
Yep. Which if it's still, around 10 or something, there might be a mumble, but he's still out. All
Probably
right.
should have thought that part through.
Yeah. I'll check his head when he's fully awake. He kind of lifts his eyelids and
So much for not dragging me down the stairs to protect you.
it doesn't look like he's hurt.
I'm not sure he gets hurt really.
To be fair, he did fire himself naked off of a ballista into a bunch of enemies. I feel like there's some fair evidence to that theory. That's reasonable. Um,
Buttons
yeah.
right here.
So Eric will very tenderly now lay Paul, kind of like snuggle him up in something warm or something, even though that is probably not a Paul thing. And
And I'll just take his axe and his sword and just sort of put one in each hand.
like a teddy bear.
Yeah. Paul cuddles him. He's straight up like comfort. It's very comforting to have my axes in my hands.
I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, so you guys are able to load up and head out. Anything that you needed to do before you left?
Nope. Once everyone's there, I'll put away my crafting projects and climb up in the driver's seat, ready to go.
Alrighty. Um, it is getting to be one of the rainy seasons. So it's a fair drizzle as you're going through the jungle. And I would like somebody to roll me a d12. Can be anybody who would like to.
I have to find one first.
That's
8.
8? Okay, let me pull this up. Yes. So this is a pretty well-traveled path. You do pass a lot of people kind of coming and going on their way. It's not like a constant flow of traffic or anything to that effect, but every hour or two you'll pass a gaggle of people coming through on their path to or from somewhere. Thankfully, by this point, most of the path between here and your destination is a pretty frequently traveled one, which gives a little bit more safety. However, when you are in the jungle and there's a fair community of wild animals about, sometimes these wild animals get a wee bit close. So, as you guys are traveling ahead, you hear this screech, this sheer screech. excuse me, and then it'll die off, and you'll hear this, and then its shrill screech again. Definitely the call of some kind of a wild bird. By this point, Paul would probably be awake. He might not be happy about being awake, um, but he would be awake for this, and that piercing sound, um, like this is hangover worthy, and it does not feel good to hear that really shrill squawk.
Oh,
um, and uh, Teffin from the driver's seat up there, um, which remind me how many people can sit in the back. I mean, Paul is laying down,
Well, I
but
mean,
how
we've
many
had
people can...
everyone in the cart. Um, we've had. I mean, there's space for three up front with me. Well, two with me, and then we've had everyone else in the cart. So I don't know that there's. I mean, it's tight, but it's doable.
Okay.
Where is Thea for this?
Yeah, I was just about to ask.
I'd probably be in the cart.
Okay.
In the cart? Okay.
Then Eden will probably be up front with Teffin. Just shoved like as far away from Teffin as he can manage.
Okay. Um, Eric might actually be on top, um, kind of watching everything, kind of where Paul made his sunbathing space. Uh, so
Forgot
Eric
about
is
that.
kind of up on top taking everything in because this is a new place for him, so he's really interested in everything that he's seeing. So you guys that are outside the cart proper, from a ways off, you see like leaves shaking, and then this giant bird kind of falls into the road. When I say giant, it is a bit taller than the actual cart. Um, kind of think ostrich shape, but the neck becomes scaly. It looks very serpentine back into a beaked kind of bird head, but the feathers are incredibly bright, like the brightest parrot you've ever seen, and really big. So it kind of like staggers into the road, and another one lunges at it, attacking it from the brush. So
So
you're seeing these giant birds kind of fall into the road.
I'm gonna pull up and stop. How far down the road were they?
you're muted.
Thank you. They're just now stumbling into your field of vision. So I would say, what's a good distance there? There is a lot of cover. Probably say like an eighth of a mile up. So like it's it's close, but it's far enough that you've got some time to kind of consider what the hell you're doing.
Well, that's different.
It
Oh,
is.
what do we just want to wait?
I
We've
mean,
stopped.
yeah.
Yes.
I burst open through the back door
Oh, good morning, Paul.
and just start peeing one of the longest pees I've ever done in my life.
As one does.
I'm doing that like one-handed like lean up against something like where you're kind of not really balanced and just going
Yep.
ah!
Maybe
As
that will
you
scare the birds away.
as as you groan, one of them stops shrieking and like the neck kind of flicks up and flicks over to you guys. And there's this like flapping that they do, that like aggressive thing, and they kind of start stomping almost like a moose would. Um and as they start stomping, that shrill thing becomes even more shrill. And once the one notices, the other does too, and you hear some more in the trees that are all kind of like responding to those sounds with their own shrill squawks.
I
Um,
shout out as loud as my head will allow me to. Cut off that damn noise!
I just
Shit.
look over at Tef and I'm like, uh,
the
every
birds,
time.
yep, the birds start like running their way to you. It is awkward as hell because they run like ostriches, but um yeah, they start running towards you. And you can see at least another one um making their way your direction from the side, like hearing all of this going on. The shrill squawk continues, almost unending. It's like they just take enough time to breathe on occasion, and you can see this like at the base of where their neck meets their chest. You see this massive air intake that fills up and just slow releases to make that sound, almost like a bullfrog, but with more duration to the hold. Um, and they start running for the cart.
How
Can we
fast are they
decide if there's
moving?
like
They are moving 30 feet per round.
Okay.
did
They're
we decide
six.
in the past, is there like a sunroof kind of like a hatch at the top of the wagon, or would you have to
Don't
get out and go around?
I don't think that there is. Well, I don't know, Tevin. We haven't talked about a hatch before.
We haven't. Okay.
I thought we had, and I thought we had
Thought
established
we
there
did,
was
yeah.
one.
Oh,
Or at
okay.
least like I think oh, maybe that
I
was
think it was.
Killian's thing though.
I think when we talked about it, like the description of it, it was too small for anybody to get through except for Paul.
Yeah, that
Like,
was kind
Yes.
of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Almost more of a
like
window than
yeah,
a.
like
Yeah,
how school buses like have that little vent
Yeah.
area, like the little
yeah,
hatch. So
Okay.
yeah. So, although the back of the wagon is now open from Paul storming out of it so they could take a leak. So
I guess
you're
I will kind of stick my head around here. And are these questing beasts?
no. These
Ah,
are jub birds.
have I like I'm still peeing, so I'm gonna assume that I haven't noticed them yet.
I can't.
Um, but like they're well no, because I've got really good eyesight. So um, I while I'm peeing, is the call that they're making? Is it like a language that they're speaking? Like is it their bird language?
I'll accept that as a language.
Okay, because then I will use my speak with animals to scream back at them. If you don't shut up now, I will rip your throat out and eat it in front of you.
Oh good. Let's yell at the Jabberwocky things. That's yep.
Jabber.
Um, they so they hear this and they're surprised for a second. Um, but as soon as you actually employ the speak with animals thing, you can hear that all of the ones that are making that sound are almost saying the same thing. Like this is definitely a high threat scenario that this is what they employ as an intimidation tactic. So all of it is like, damn, like I'll cut your soul out, like that's all intimidation stuff. So that would not be a rare thing. You guys hear Paul shrill at the top of his lungs, just screeching. Um, Not as long-winded as they are, but making a really good impersonation.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm gonna basically on the next go round, I'm gonna rage and just start losing it and screaming like that's it. That's it. I am done. Something is going to die. And I am gonna come around the cart and just go at him. Like
I mean If it's
Exit
moving,
on over, Paul.
if it's moving 30 feet around, and let's say it's been 2 rounds, it was an eighth of a mile out, so it's still like 600 feet out.
Yeah, you got a while. You got a hefty wait
Fast.
to. That is true. You are really fast.
Yeah.
Um, so how fast can you go?
If I
Remind me.
if I run full speed, use
And
my bonus, or if I run full speed, use my action uh, to run that doubles my speed, and because of my totem, I can use my bonus action on top of that. So I can go 105 feet around.
that's awesome. Okay. So everybody go ahead and roll me initiative. The order's not going to matter super much until you get into range to do anything. Um, all of you guys will get a free turn pretty much first for anything ranged because they don't have any ranged anything. Um, not exactly a surprise round, but effectively it's going to be a surprise round. Okay. Theirs was real low.
Okay.
What'd you get?
I rolled an 18.
18 for Paul.
Well,
12 for Thea. Teffin?
17.
17 for Teffin. Eden?
12. And sorry, my camera keeps going down. I can't get it to work for some
No
reason.
worries. It's okay. Thea. Uh,
well,
what's your dex?
Dex is +1.
Eden, what's yours?
+5.
Okay, so Eden first.
Oh, sorry. Well, actually, +4. Sorry. Forgot one of those is from Bard.
You're still ahead, that's fine. Um, and let me roll for your accessory characters that you've got. Okay. NPCs.
Danny is
Okay.
too nice when it comes to accessory
Yeah.
characters.
Jason kills him off the first chance he gets.
You add accessory characters to my campaign, that's cannon fodder for me.
I'm not above killing them. But I also like my writer brain makes stories for all of these folks too, so while I will kill them, I'm not going to intentionally try to, cause now they're kind of real people in my brain. Uh, but but it doesn't really bother me if these particular ones go. I don't have quite the same connection with them that I do some of the other ones now. Um, but they tell you as a writer you have to kill your darlings. So at some point, some of them will have to go. Um, let's see. I don't know if it's these ones. We'll find out. Okay, so Paul, you're gonna get there first anyway. I have a funny feeling that you're going to get there before these guys are even in range to take their ranged weapon shots. Um, I could be wrong. How far does your wagon move per round? Is it pretty
So
much a
so Quimby's speed is 40 feet around.
okay? Yeah. Um, so about the time you get into melee distance with those two, there's a reasonable possibility you guys will be getting into ranged territory, I think. Um,
I mean, but the cart is currently stopped, though.
oh, that's true. That's true. Um, so it'll take you a minute to get things moving again. Um, yeah. So, Paul, you're gonna get a couple of turns with them before anybody can do anything to help you. But that's okay. You know, stuff happens. We'll see. Okay. Go ahead. You did firsties on that, so you get to them after a few seconds running. Um, you see them hissing at you, and there is like a wreath of feathers around their head that kind of pops out from the scales and like shakes at you, kind of like the hissing dinosaurs from
Jurassic Park.
yeah. And,
On as I'm like charging towards them, I'm still going to be screaming at them, trying to like intimidate them to shut up. So
okay.
should I roll an intimidation check on the way before I get to them just to see, or
Yeah. Roll me an intimidation check.
As a tiny little gnome.
Yep. And it has a feat called
oh,
stubborn,
I
so
didn't
we'll
roll
see how
great.
that goes.
Um,
Oh, it rolled real low though.
I rolled a 12.
You actually beat one of them. You do not beat the other one. So the other one, like it keeps shrieking, but it starts to step back and kind of fade back into the background. Uh, I'll roll for it again here in a minute, but yeah, one of them has kind of disengaged from where you are before you actually get there. The other one is still kind of actively coming up towards you and being very loud and very angry. Oh, and there's a third one. I forgot about the third one. Oh, that one is two. So two of them are still aggressive. One of them is kind of starting to back away, even though it's still trying to do the same thing with, as far as like screaming at you. Um, I don't imagine this is gonna. No, you've been hearing it long enough that I don't think that it really works as an intimidation thing for you at this point. You guys are probably all just ready for it to stop screaming at you. So yeah, you've got two active engaged there, and your initiative is higher. So go for it.
Okay, well, I will start first with a reckless Great Weapon Master attack on the first one,
Go for it.
who's closest to me. So we're going to do. Oh man, that wasn't great. Does a 15 hit?
Just yeah, actually, they are not hard to hit.
Max damage. So that's 19 points of damage on the first attack.
Nice.
And I am aiming for this thing's neck. I want it to shut up.
You managed to hit pretty solidly. Its neck, like those scales, are a lot tougher to really penetrate into than you imagined. It is livid.
Okay.
But yeah, it does. It hits well, um, and you're still able to get some depth in there. It's just not enough.
Okay. Extra attack, exact same thing. Okay, so that's more. So it hits. This one's for 15 points of slashing damage with my axe.
Okay, good deal. It is still up. It is pissed, and it is going to. Uh, it's got multi attack. Okay, I'm gonna roll a different one of these because this has rolled too many low things for me. Okay, so does a. Oh yeah, this should hit. I'm assuming a 20 hits.
Yeah, 20.
It's not a nat 20, but it has a +5. Okay, 1d8 plus 3.
I'm not that hard to hit. I'm just,
It's tough.
stout.
So that's gonna do 8 points of piercing damage,
Okay.
plus 7 points of poison damage. And
Okay.
make me a con save.
Ooh, that's bad. 6.
6? Okay, so you have the poisoned condition for 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay,
I will
and
do
let's see.
every single time.
Get new dice.
No,
Dash jail.
it's what's meant to happen.
The dice gods have spoken. And it is going to take another swing at.
Is it taking those at advantage? Because it gets advantage because I reckless attacked.
Oh no, it's not. But that's good to know.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh,
Do you want to re-roll the first one as well, just in case it nat 20s?
It does not, so you're
Okay.
good. We will hold that. 15, does that hit?
15 is the button.
Is the button? Okay. So it starts like attacking you as though it's going to bite, and then as it comes forward, it closes its mouth and effectively bludgeons you with its head and wraps around you with its neck. So this is its constrict feature.
Okay.
Let's see. So that's gonna do 2d10 plus 3.
10 plus 3, that's nice. It's
Um,
nasty.
yeah. Uh, so that is 18 points of bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
Squeezing down.
and you are grappled.
Okay. Do I have to make an opposing strength or anything like that, or does it's just an automatic grapple?
You get to make that save your at your
In
turn.
my turn? Okay.
So for right now, you are just grappled, and then you can make that restrain check in a minute. Okay, the other one is going to attack you now. That one's gonna hit. Oh. Okay, so
Oh.
since you're already actually that one it nat 20'd on one of them, but because you're already grappled, it's not gonna try to do the bludgeoning strike. So it's actually less damage since it's doing it on a one. It's doing 2 bites instead of a constrict.
Okay.
So that's gonna be 5 for the first bite, and
Okay.
then um plus sorry, I can't math really well tonight at all. 17 points total uh for the piercing damage there. And
Okay.
then um it's gonna be 2d6 12. Yeah, well, you'll only get poisoned once, so it'll be 12 points of poison damage.
Okay.
All right. And now it's back around to you so you can break through this for one of your attacks.
You have
Um,
disadvantage on your attack rolls and ability checks
Thank you.
From
from
the
being
poison
poisoned.
oh,
condition.
the poison, right? Okay. Well, I rolled the exact same number both times, so that's a non-nat 20.
That'll do it. You are out of your grapple there, and I think you get an extra attack still?
If it takes my action to get rid of, I don't get the extra.
Correct.
Let's see.
He has to use an action to try and break the grapple.
Yeah, okay. So you don't get that. So it's going to the second one is going to or the first one's going to attack again.
Do I get to move?
You do get to move. Yeah.
Okay.
What's your
So
movement?
after getting hit for 42 points of damage in that round, I'm going to use my Totem Warrior ability to slip under the one that grappled me between his legs and
Okay.
get out of the way. And I'm going to move my full movement out of their way. And because of my totem ability, I do not get opportunity attack.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
gonna,
Very,
I'm
very
gonna
good.
run through the field. So
So you actually get farther than their range can take them, because you're before you double it, you're already like past 45, right?
yeah, so I got so I can do my full movement at 35, and then I can take my bonus action, and I can do another 35. So I get
Ye-
70 feet away from
So
them
you
to
are,
take a breath and be like, okay, wow.
yeah. So you're out of their range now, but they are going to pursue you. So they're gonna use they're gonna blow their action to dash,
Sure.
to catch up to you, but you get it cycles back around to your turn, so they don't actually get to hurt you. So I just imagine this being like ping pong kind of a thing. Like,
Yeah,
get a
I,
move.
what I foresee at this point, I want to run just enough distance away from them that they never quite catch up,
Yep.
but they exhaust themselves. Like my
Okay.
goal is to wear them out so that way, then I can just kill them a little easier.
Yeah, because they can get close-ish to you, but they're still not quite in melee range, even if they dash. So, yeah, pretty much you can keep doing that.
Which direction are you going?
I'm gonna just basically run them in circles around wherever. Like I'm not going in any specific direction.
So by the time you guys get there, you see him like moving towards you again. So Paul is being chased by these two gigantic birds.
Yeah.
Um,
Here's kind of how I picture it. I want them to get close enough that my axe can get them with one hit on my attack.
okay.
Then I can run because then I can run and then bonus action dash the distance where they can't, like where they can just get enough distance to me where I can get them with my axe again on that first attack, but they can never get close enough to actually hit me.
Okay. Yeah.
The
I like that. That's a really excellent strategy. So, yeah, they're effectively ostriches, but with really much prettier aesthetic. So they're not smart enough to figure this out. They're gonna keep like every couple of turns, I'll roll to see if they give up, but probably not. Um, so yeah, go ahead and roll me your first attack. Let's see how this does.
That'll be a 18.
18 will hit. 15 is your button there.
That's for 11 points of slashing damage.
All right. Okay. So you do the same shenanigan again. Um, and then go ahead and roll me one more. We're going to give this two more attacks, and then you guys will have at least caught up to being in range for like ranged things.
Non-natural 20 for 18 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Uh, good deal. Oh, and I put both of those onto the second one because I imagine since it's fresher, it's the lead in
Sure.
that. So they are both injured at this point, but they're still both being really aggressive. One more.
Oh, that's bad. That's a 12.
That one does not hit.
Yeah,
Um,
I whiff it. I go a little bit too far.
yep. As you're running by, it just doesn't quite connect. It's
The
just a
nausea like
near
creeped
miss.
up.
All the
Yep.
running after being hungover is not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just a little bit of a stagger there. And at this point, you guys are getting into ranged weapon range. Um, so like, what is that for a, a bow?
Well, for me, with my lightning launcher, my long range is 300 feet.
Okay,
So
then that would make it.
anything under 300, anything over 90 feet and under 300, I'm making at disadvantage. I figure I probably wouldn't stop until we were about 90 feet out. 90 feet is my close range, my normal range.
Makes sense. Um,
Yeah, I don't have ranged weaponry, so
okay. It is mainly gonna be uh the casters and Eric then. I'm considering Tefn a caster in this situation since his big bada boom
yeah.
weapon. Um, okay, so um, yeah, as you guys get into casting range, we'll drop into that initiative. Tefn,
It's going to be a click and a whir, and whichever one is closest to um, Paul at this point is going to get a face full of lightning launcher.
all right.
That is going to be a 26 to hit. And it'll take 9 points of lightning damage, and I'm going to also on this round, I can do it once per round. Or once per turn when I hit, I can deal an extra 1d6. And that's the full 6. So 15 total this round. Second attack. I think I've got 2. Hang on. Yep. Same thing again. Not as good. 16 to hit. Still hits. And that'll be another 7 points of lightning damage. And you are muted.
Sorry, I keep having a cough and forgetting that I mute it. The one that was leading the pack is now falling behind as it has taken more damage, and with the singe of the lightning, you start to smell something that's vaguely like fried chicken.
Delicious.
Paul perks up a little.
Ooh, hungry. So you would actually probably be pretty hungry.
I am starving. Yeah.
All right. So, Eden, is there anything that you would like to spend your turn doing?
No. Eden is
Okay.
just sort of sitting there. He has his sword out, sort of just like across his lap, waiting until we get closer.
Do do do. Um, I wasn't sure if you had any kind of like support spells or anything like that that would be useful.
Nothing from this far out, nope.
All right. Huh? Okay. Um, Eric is going to launch an arrow that looks charged by something at one of them, and which it would be the one that was in the lead. So that's gonna it takes a little bit more damage from him. Pretty solid hit. Um, Thea, nope, wrong thing. Thea, though, it is your turn. I missed
Sweet.
that. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Eldridge Blast.
Eldritch Blast. All right.
Uh,
2 nat 20s.
Oh, very
Wow.
has
nice.
never happened in my life.
Look at that. Take a picture of that.
Yes, that should be commemorated with photo evidence. That's beautiful.
That was fun. That's never happened before.
That is awesome. I think that might have happened to me once in my entire existence of D&D.
I've rolled 2 nat 1s. Like
That I have done a
twice.
lot.
Twice. I've never done 2 nat 20s.
It's unfair that happens so much more with the ones.
Yeah. Odds say it shouldn't, but for some reason it does.
See, more evidence for the dice gods.
There's 21 on the first. So one, I'll split this between the two of them,
Okay.
and then 20. Thank you.
Yes.
33 for the second.
Please. Okay.
That was
Oh,
fun.
that's funny. They both have the same health now. Okay. Cool. All right. Very nicely done. Okay.
So are we
And
still
then as the sorry,
so are we still seeing just the 2 of them, or are we seeing all 3?
You're seeing all three. The third is kind of like backed off. He's intimidated it so that it's trying as much as something with a walnut brain can, to like assess the situation and decide what's
Okay.
happening. But he's just been watching this ping pong back and forth, and he still can't completely decide. And now that you have attacked, um, he's looking way less confident at the idea of jumping back in. I am going to give him another roll, though. But now he's kind of thinking that he might, in fact, need to save his skin because there are more people. So kind of the bristling defensiveness is not really. It has not dawned on him that might not serve him well in this instance. That is their nature. So, yeah, that is what's going on with that guy. He already hit. Oh, Scylla misses with her attack, shooting a kind of pink burst of energy that lands on a tree not too terribly far off. And then the birds. So one of them is going to change direction instead of just attacking Paul now, to run towards the I almost called it a truck. Towards the truck. Dump truck.
Into the future.
Yes. Uh, so it's running towards the wagon now. The one that is attacking Paul is going to go first. Well, actually, you're still doing the back and forth thing, so it's not able to get to you in
Yeah,
range.
it's got to use its action to dash to try to get to me, and it's not enough to cover the gap.
So actually, at this point, they might both go ahead then and turn to the wagon and start running for the wagon. So they can't attack yet because they're still too far off. We wrap back around to Paul.
I use my distance to do the exact same thing to careen in front of him, get the attack in, try to entice him to keep running after me, and keep the distance. So I only get the one attack, but
Okay, yeah, go for it. Yeah.
reckless. A 2 again. Did you see that? I'm rolling 2s like crazy today. That is like 26 or something. Yeah, 26.
Yeah.
Well, 9 points of slashing damage
Okay.
on whichever one.
We'll just assign it to a random bird.
So, and I'm trying to get it to chase me still.
All right. Direction is going to matter a little bit more here now. Are you running behind them or like switching it up so that you're running ahead?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to get it to where I'm pulling him away from the cart.
Away
So
from the cart.
I want to attack him and then get him to veer back towards me and not directly towards the car. I know I can only get one to do that. That's kind of what my.
Okay, okay. Okay. Do you want evens or odds to mean that it follows you?
I will go with evens.
That is even. So that one is going to turn and follow you to do the same thing. The other two are going to keep heading towards the wagon. Back
Is
to
it is it the crispy one or one of the non-crispy ones?
The crispy one was not the one that your attack landed on. So the crispy one, it is injured, but it's not crispy. Well,
Okay.
Teffin, did you shoot both of them?
No, I just shot one.
Okay, I thought that was right. Yeah, the crispy one is still running towards the wagon. So
I just didn't know if I was going to take a bite out of him before I.
I love that so much. Salmonella. You know that poison damage just increased a little bit. So yeah, the other two are still running toward, and then the not so crispy but injured one is running towards you. Teffin, back to you.
So how close are those birds together?
One of them is about 20 feet back. The one that was kind of on the edge of like, what do I do here? Is about 20 feet back from the other one. And the other one has closed like 35 feet of distance. So with you moving forward, I feel like this is a really bad math problem for me to have to do right now. With you guys moving forward at the speed that you said, it would
The
be
cart leaves the station going 25 miles per hour.
exactly. Exactly. Um, so what was the cart speed?
40.
Quimby has a 40 speed? Yeah. So you guys are 75 feet closer now? If you started at like 300, so
Okay, so we're at 75 feet, and
no, you're at 225. You started at because
oh,
that was all one turn. So you should be at
so
225 now.
were we not closing the distance while he was doing his thing
Yeah,
before?
you did, and that was the turn that I accounted for the like you move 40, they move 35.
Okay.
You started attacking at 300, right?
I thought we started. I thought I started attacking closer. I thought I said 90.
Oh, okay. I just misunderstood that then. Um, so yeah, you're now instead um 20 feet apart.
Sure.
What I was asking is how close are the birds to each other?
Oh, to each other. So yeah, so you're 25 feet from the that first bird. The second bird is like 20 feet behind it.
Okay. So the first and second, or and the third bird,
The third bird is chasing Paul. So it would be
it hasn't taken its
you.
movement yet. So would it be in the close one or the farther one?
Oh, they all moved together before we wrapped back or oh, wait, no, Paul. Yeah, it has not taken its movement yet. So it would actually be closer to you. I'm so sorry,
No,
guys.
that's fine.
It's okay.
That's fine.
It, it would be with
D&D
the closer
combat
one
can be
still.
difficult.
That is okay.
Especially
I
when you
just
have
need to.
COVID brain.
I just need to know where to aim.
Yeah. So Kentucky Fried and the other one are still standing together.
Okay.
Um, because the other one hasn't taken its movement yet. You're right.
Okay.
And then the other one is 20 feet back from
20
those.
feet back. Okay. So I am going to aim for a spot directly between the two groups of birds. So 10 feet 10 feet back from the first group and 10 feet in front of the one that's hanging in the back. And the
Okay.
reason for that is because I'm going to cast Shatter, which is a 10-foot radius. So I can hit all three of them with one
And
attack.
Paul is out of the frame already, so that works nicely.
So I need all three
Um,
of them to make a Constitution saving throw. DC is
okay.
15.
That's not
And I rolled max damage on that.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay, let's see here. What? Oh, it only gets a +1 to con. You said it's a 15?
It is a 15.
One of them makes it.
Okay, that one will take 12 points of thunder damage. The other two will each take 24.
Ooh. Okay.
A sudden
Don't
loud
have it.
ringing noise, painfully intense, erupts from that point that it of my choice. Each creature in a 10-foot radius must make the con save.
Oh, one of them looks real bad.
Now, here's another thing for you. I don't know if this applies. A creature made of inorganic material, such as stone, crystal, or metal, has disadvantage on the saving throw. I
Say
don't
that
know if.
again? Sorry.
Is
Um,
it made? Well, are these things made of inorganic material?
No, they
okay.
are not.
Then it
They're
doesn't matter.
birds. Well, Kentucky Fried just went down. Um, it was turning on its heels. No, the other one was turning on its heels and still is maybe. Um, the other one looks so bad. Like its head is kind of hanging sideways. The neck is real loose looking on its head. The third one is still reasonably okay. Um, but yeah, you have downed one and already pre-cooked it a little. Um, and the other looks like it is on death's door. And then the one that just started engaging is doing all right still. Um, well done, Tevin. That was a big one. Um, Eden, you are now like in a 20 something range, so if you wanted to, you could get to a melee range.
Um, yeah, Eden will step up and just try to put this thing out of his misery.
Fair enough.
A mercy kill at
Fair
this point.
enough. Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's looking real sad. That neck just hanging there is it's really really unfortunate looking.
All right, so first swing actually probably misses 15.
That is the number.
Oh, okay, sweet. And I'll do a second at 17 to hit.
Yep.
Okay, and then damage. Okay.
I'm not even gonna make you do that because I'm pretty sure that just with your pluses, it's gonna put it over. So
Yeah,
don't
so
worry with
13 to
yourself if
14
you roll.
damage. Oh, it's
Yeah,
okay.
he's dead. He's dead. Well done. You have killed the thing. Anything else for you?
He'll just sort of like mercy killing swipe at its neck and just give off a short like under the breath prayer as he does it, and then he'll end his turn there.
Um, Thea, there's still one up.
How far away is it?
It is. Let's see. At this point, it would be 40 feet back still, if you're
We'll
with the cart.
do chill touch.
Hey,
Oh no. 12.
no. Okay. Um,
It's gone forever.
NPCs. Get it. Okay. And um uh Eric will run ahead and you see it take swipes. They're NPCs, so they're not gonna do like it looks really badass. They can do really cool things when they need to, but for this it's just like pokey pokey damage. Um and she casts her own version of Eldritch Blast at it. Um and that brings it back around to the birds. Uh the one that was going to turn and chase you is now dead. So that one is going to attack um, Eric. And will do so successfully on the first one. And then it's going to move to Eden. Eden does an 18 hit.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh, and this is going to be the constrict one. Um, So make nope, that's not a constitution save, that's the bite. So that's gonna be 2d10. Oh, rolled a 1 and a 2. 3 plus 3, so 6.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's gonna be 6 points of bludgeoning, but you are grappled now.
Ooh.
Yes. And we've got that flips it back over to Paul.
I run at the other one. I jump on him and I say, "Get the hell off my friend!" And I grapple that bird to try to break it free of Eden.
Very nice. I guess
Eden isn't
opposed.
even struggling. He just goes, "Aw."
It's a
That is
tragic moment.
that's a 22.
Let's see. What's your strength, Jub Jub Bird? That does it. You break the grapple on him. And that would be your full action, right?
Yeah, my action would be to, I guess, to counter grapple. So I'm
Yeah,
grappling him.
that would make
Although
sense.
I guess me grappling him is probably not super impressive because I'm probably just basically holding onto his neck.
Pretty much. But it's still cool. So I mean, when you consider it like you're wrestling a snake, it still looks cool. It's
Sure.
just it doesn't look like it requires that much strength, but it does look like it's still like you're
In my
effectively watching a
mind,
fist fight.
like your arms and legs don't touch. like arrested.
Yep.
I'm gonna free action bite it, even though it doesn't do any damage, but just out of pure rage, I'm like trying to
Rage
bite
and
it.
hunger.
So
Awesome. Awesome. Okay.
I'm probably still screaming at it in like its bird language too. So I'm going.
what are you
Oh, if
saying
he,
to it?
maybe he didn't understand then, because if you're still talking in the bird's language, he wouldn't have understood the "get off my
Yeah, no, I
friend."
was screaming at it in bird language. So what I said was "get the hell off my friend," but what you heard was.
That's amazing. So Teffin, that brings it to you. Now you have a grappled juju bird, jub bird rather, um, by Paul, and like you can close the distance in melee pretty easily at this point if all of your ranged stuff is AOE.
I wondered if I could tame it.
No,
In the
so I am definitely so I'm stopping the wagon first of all. So I'm not getting any closer, and then I'm gonna let loose with my lightning launcher again, the one that they're grappling.
Fried chicken.
Would that hit me too since I'm grappled?
No, I don't think so. Except it doesn't hit on the first one because I rolled a natural one.
Oops. So now there's a small fire going on beside you.
You did remember, by the by, when you were grappling, Paul. You did remember to make that grapple
Oh,
at
disadvantage.
disadvantage, right?
Ooh.
No, I did not. I forgot I am poisonous. Um, I don't grapple it. I just rolled another two.
Oh no!
So yeah, so never
Nice.
mind.
So
Okay.
you're still like you're hanging on to the neck, but you're not actually getting it to go
Yeah,
anywhere.
and that means that Eden is still grappled because I
Yep.
didn't break the grapple.
So my second attack is a lot better. Gonna be a 25 to hit
That'll definitely hit.
for 9 points of lightning damage plus another 2, so 11 points total.
Okay. So 11 points total. There we go. Oh, math is so hard tonight. Okay. Um, yeah, you hit that pretty solidly on the second go around, and it again starts smelling suspiciously of fried chicken. Um, yeah, I don't think that we're gonna say like I don't think I've seen anything where electric current from a spell is supposed to transmit into anything that they touched.
Normally it'll say if it does, and this one does not.
I don't think I've ever seen it a spell like that where it did. So, um,
I mean, if you
See
want
what
to,
happens
that's
in this
fine.
world.
Yeah, I mean,
nope.
I'm all about taking all the damage that needs to come my way. So if you house rule it that it makes sense, I'm okay with taking the damage.
I mean, it does make sense, but if I don't see that with other spells, I'm not going to remember it later. So we'll just say that it doesn't do that for the like you feel it, but it doesn't do you damage. So like you might yell extra loud, but it's not going to actually damage you like it damaged it. Um, okay, so that was Teffin. Eden, you are still currently grappled, but your grappler is starting to feel some of the damage a little bit more.
Well, the question is, do I bother trying to get out?
He's just resigned. He's like, oh, my friends will save me.
Well, I'm not sure that Eden's gonna be able to break out with a +1 in strength. He might, but
Would he do something else then?
I'm thinking we're gonna do. Oh, maybe not though. How smart On a scale of like 1 to 24, does he think this bird is?
Um, it just by judging from how they run,
Probably not. That's
probably not super smart. They're not bright. They've got like a -4 to their intelligence.
oh yeah. Actually, this might not work because it might be too dumb for this to work.
Funny.
uh,
It has an
okay.
intelligence score of 3.
Oh yeah. This spell would not work because it is too dumb. So he's gonna have to try to break the grapple.
That's hilarious. Okay, let's do it.
All right. D20 plus. Oh. 13.
18. But that
No.
wasn't terrible. It
No.
just rolled pretty decently. Um, yeah, it's a valiant effort. It just is not a successful one.
Yeah.
Um,
Eh.
good go though. Thea.
All right, I am going to bonus action hex the bird. I don't. That just does damage if I hit it. So I'm going to give it disadvantage on wisdom saving throws, and then I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Nice. Good job remembering to do the hex before the damage. I always forget that.
So, uh, 'cause that is just the extra one.
So it needed a wisdom save for
So
the
it needs a
disadvantage.
wisdom save at disadvantage.
Well, it's a nat 1 to start with, so I'm not even going to roll it the second time.
Well, it didn't do the most. It takes 9 points of damage.
Every little bit counts.
Yeah. But
It's
it
still looking
still it
rough.
has a disadvantage on wisdom saving throws if anybody wants to throw something like that at it.
Let's see. Oh, and Eric actually misses, trying to not hit Eden in this. Eric misses, as does Scylla. That brings it back to the bird. Which, since it's grappling you with his neck, can't do another constrict thing. I mean, it can constrict with you there. So, that one. Yeah, that's gonna work. So do 2d10. It's gonna wrap itself tighter around you first. For 16, 17, 18, 19 points of bludgeon damage.
Okay.
And then it's gonna try and bite you with the little tail end of its head there. And because it's distracted by everybody else beating it up, it misses on that one. So no more damage from that, and that wraps us back to Paul.
I'm going to get really close to where I think its ear is, and I'm going to say to it in its language, lay down and submit or die.
Okay. Roll me an intimidation check. This one, since it doesn't have others to watch fighting you, and it has a crap memory, do it at disadvantage. Not because you're not scary, but because it's real stupid.
Nat one.
Oh no! Yep, it's just too dumb to listen. It's
Okay.
it's gonna die.
Wrong and fast and stuff.
Does that take my action?
For a speaking thing like that, since speaking is a free action, I don't really think so.
Okay. Well, then I will take my action to try to break the grapple from Eden again at disadvantage. Nat one.
Funny thing is, it only rolled a 3.
twos, one, two.
I'm going to take my dice back if you don't use it.
I'm not going to.
You go to try to break the grapple and instead wind up caressing its neck.
Yeah.
It purrs. Stefan.
All right.
I'm trying.
Unloading with the lightning launcher again. 25 to hit.
Oh yeah, that definitely does it.
And 9 points and extra damage. Another 5, so 14 points of lightning damage on the first attack.
Looking rougher.
Second attack.
Eden, all of your hair is standing straight up on end.
Is going to be
It's under a
a
hat, so that's fine.
26 to hit.
Also clearly a hit.
And 10 points of lightning damage.
Okay. Yeah, it's looking really rough and smelling more and more like chicken. Actually smells pretty nicely seasoned, even though, you haven't put any seasoning on it. Eden, back around to you.
Alright, let's try to break out again.
Where's the
Oh,
third one?
8. Dead.
Nope.
Oh, third one's
This is
dead.
the last one.
The other two are dead.
Okay.
This is the only one that's still up. Yeah, nope. Is a no-go. Thea.
Let's do another Eldritch Blast. That worked out really well. That's way better. 23 to hit.
It's a good solid hit. Yep.
Hey, I am rolling really good tonight. I've got all your luck.
I mean, I'm hungover. What you expect to happen?
Hungover and poison.
Yeah, hungover and poisons. Yeah.
He still smells colors a little bit.
Yeah.
24 points of damage.
24? Oh,
Yep.
That'll do it.
Yay!
Eden, you kind of finally feel it loosening its grip on you as it kind of slumps over, so it's still wrapped around you, but now dead. Congratulations, you have 3 gigantic Kentucky Fried Chickens. Yes,
Yep.
well done. Well done.
Yes, we
Always
need to
in-
get these off the road.
So you're dragging them off the road?
No. I'm waiting for somebody else to do it.
Is that fire still going that started a little bit to the side of us?
Yes,
That-
yes it is.
I drag the one that I'm grabbing by the neck over to that fire and start ripping the feathers off of it. I'm going to keep the feathers, as many of the feathers as I can. And then I'm going to start trying to cut and carve pieces off. Have
Paul?
the
Paul.
birds stopped screaming from all like around us now? Or?
Occasionally you'll hear a call back and forth, but it's not like that long I am actively fighting something.
Okay.
Almost more like they are looking to fight each other and getting an idea of like the range.
Paul.
Okay.
We don't have time to do that right now. We are on the road to go someplace.
I drag it and throw it on top of the cart.
Not what I meant,
Stupid
but
one.
okay. Fine.
You know what? Actually, yeah, I drag it, throw it on top of the cart. One of them, I go to the one that's charred, and then I just carve off a bit of the charred part of it,
Sure,
and
sure.
and collect as many feathers as I can in a quick time.
And you're able to get a good chunk of feathers. I will say, like, between the feathers that you collect off the charred one, and then the ones that you can collect off of the one that you are keeping, you'll be able to get, like, you can just call it a set, and you will have 1.5 sets of Jub bird feathers. So hundreds and hundreds of feathers, but just make it easy, call it sets. And they're very pretty feathers too. Some of them are really soft and downy, some of that undercoat feathering. But the ones that are big, like those the bigger feathers that are more visible when they kind of flaunt and all of that kind of stuff, really pretty. Very bright, vibrant colors. So, um, you are eating some semi-raw chicken effectively off of the stuff that you carved. Roll me
I'm
a
already
con
poisoned.
save. Yeah, that's true. It might just extend it longer because the poison from them doesn't last very long.
Yeah, uh, that's a 7.
Yeah, you get some gnarly food poisoning.
Oh,
So, um, yeah, that's really unfortunate. But
Do I take damage from the food poisoning? Because I've already taken 42 points of damage, so it might be funny if I like.
Pass yourself out.
you know what? I'm gonna roll a d10, um, and for the next 5 hours, there is a d10, but you'll get like d10 on the first one, d10 minus one, d10 minus two, like as it goes.
Okay,
Um, so that's 5 points of damage for the first hour. You start feeling that gurgle. It feels real uncomfortable.
sure.
Um, there might be some vomiting in the back of the wagon.
Oh, I'm riding on top collecting feathers.
Oh, good. That's much better. Do you think to barf off the back?
Sure. I'm just natural reaction. I'm sure it would be to like not get it on the feathers. So I would
Okay, that's
maybe
good.
maybe off the side, like where it's covering the side of the cart. You know.
Oh,
Right.
Through that little window. That was why I asked. Um, those of you who are underneath, roll me a dex save because one of those times is absolutely gonna like you hear from up top.
18.
Oh, good job. Oh, so Scylla is able to get out from underneath the spray. Eric is not. Uh, so now Eric just has a weird like window shaped streak of vomit across his back, and he almost upchucks himself. Um, that's that is something. Okay. Uh,
Eden is up front, just sort of like playing as loudly as he can to himself, try,
just
trying to drown out the retching
the
noises.
yep. Um, yeah, yeah. Is he a sympathy puker? Do I need to have him roll a con save?
And Paul is not a dainty puker. Paul is one of those like.
Oh no.
"No."
Yeah, Paul is not a dainty anything. Like that does not shock me.
Eden has
It's
a
a
+4 to con, so I assume he's probably not a sympathy puker.
yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Um, you know, Paul just immediately started eating this nasty chicken. So, to maybe prevent this, as just we're going down the road, I will cast Purify Food and Drink on the remaining chicken meat.
Good job. That's good job. Well
Can't do
done.
anything about the current food poisoning, but
You can at least prevent further.
we can prevent further poisoning.
Yep. Yep. You guys do pass a couple little hamlets on the way, but they're pretty much just little residential spots. So you're able to go through the rest of your day reasonably uneventfully, and get to the outskirts of where you start to feel it shifting from jungle into a more like deeply wooded kind of thing.
so I'm gonna reach up at one point and tap Paul on like whatever I can reach. I figure it's probably an ankle or something, and I'm gonna cast lesser restoration on him and remove the poison
Many
condition.
hours have passed before that occurs.
Oh, yeah. How many hours would have passed before Teffin decided to cast Lesser Restoration on
Probably
him?
the first time he puked.
Oh,
Mm.
okay. So you're you don't get that many hours of the poison. You are feeling much better now. Um,
Okay.
so you only have the 1 hour, and after the first time that you violently throw up, it was enough that Eric still got basted, but
Has anybody that is on top of the cart taken a moment to like look at Paul to see how he is, or was the reaction just a simple "I'm not going to look, I'm just going to touch him and cast the
Yeah, it's
spell and be done with
just
it"?
not even. My eyes are on the road. I'm just reaching back to make
Okay.
contact and cast the spell.
Eden, what about you? Did you look back and look at Paul at all?
I mean, probably at various times, yeah.
This is the most damage you have ever seen, Paul. this is this is the worst damage Paul has ever taken in a battle.
Not when you shot yourself out into space.
Nope, didn't take. I don't think I took one hit.
Oh
But the
dear.
ostriches. They're
Basically,
mean.
basically 50 points of damage, and most of that was halved. So, yeah, when you
that's
look at him,
amazing.
Paul looks like the worst he's ever looked because he's hungover, poisoned, and has taken the most amount of damage he's ever taken. So that Paul is like, once I collect the feathers, I'm done. Like I'm out, past clean.
That's amazing. I love that. Like, of all of the things you guys have fought, it's been the bird. It was a bird.
Yeah, and he loves animals.
Oh my gosh. Um, Scylla would not know yet. If there's not healing happening before like the next stop on their path, she would. Um, Eden has heals, right? I forget.
Uh, from his sword, but
Oh, that's right.
that's
I
that's
forgot.
it. He doesn't have any healing spells.
Yeah, that's right. He's not that kind of bard. Uh,
I mean, someone's got a healing stone, right?
I do, yeah.
So, but you wouldn't know how bad Paul is because I
But
mean,
you
it's
just
not,
jumped up on the
you know,
top, yeah.
So,
yeah, you jumped up fast enough that I don't think most of them had time to register that you looked like. I mean, you looked kind of like shit before, so they
yeah,
didn't really register how much worse you look now.
Yeah, probably after the
Alright.
first or second time that he looks up there and realizes like, oh no, this is
You're real
huh.
hurt.
He's actually real bad, isn't he?
yeah, like legitimately, had I been gone that 5 hours without getting that restoration, there is a possibility Paul would have died.
Oh wow.
Like, if the
Death from
rolls were high enough, there is a
Oof.
possibility Paul would have died from food poisoning.
Was
Yeah,
it the brain devourers? No, it was the jump jumpers.
yeah. Eventually, he'll just be like, does anybody have something with which to heal Paul? He actually, I don't know if I've ever seen him this bad before.
So when you say that, I'm going to turn around and look at him and oh, oh, and I'm going to hand the reins over to you. I'm going to
Mhm.
stand up and turn around, lay hands on again, and cast Cure Wounds. Uh, let's see how well this does. Oh, these. Uh, and that was going to be 15. 15 points of healing back. And when I see you need a little bit more than that, I will cast it again at a lower level. And that'll give
It
you
would be a bard.
9 back. How you
Crazy.
doing? You feeling okay? You feeling like you need some more?
Did that wake me up? I guess I'd be awake at that point.
Yeah, you would be
Um,
awake at that point.
yeah, actually, does the lesser restoration cure my hangover?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, I think it would.
I literally pop up and I'm like, yeah, I feel fine. Anybody got something to drink?
Like a hand with a
Um,
flask reaches out from the window.
I just start down in the flask. Anybody want some chickens?
And with that, I'll just turn back around, take the reins
And you the
again,
right.
and keep driving.
And again, Eden is like as far as he can possibly sit from you.
And purified food and drink would make the chicken edible. I start eating the raw bird.
Chicken is good to eat.
Oh, even imagining that texture is terrible in my brain. Which I don't know why it is. I've eaten raw oysters before, but that in a form you have to peel off with your teeth. Ooh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oof, oof, oof. Nope. Oh my goodness, you. Uh, uh, so it's a really beautiful ride after this. There's to distract myself from that message. um, it's a really, really beautiful ride. There are like flowers and things that are well past like normal human size and things like that. Just this huge lush rainforest, and as you go farther, it starts transitioning and becoming less and less humid. Um, and you end up kind of on the outskirts of something that looks a little bit more like a traditional forest, more so than a jungle. Um, as you get into that, you're able to bed down for the night. It like sun is setting, um, losing light. There are a lot of really, really beautiful insects and various little critters. As you're getting into this space where you see a lot more like mushrooms on the ground and things like that, you can see occasionally a mushroom will like quiver a little bit and uproot itself, it looks like, and waddle a little ways and then settle back down. So the forest floor is literally like alive with things that are moving about, and as the darkness kind of sets in, there's a lot of bioluminescence here and there too. Um, is there anything that you would like to specifically do?
Beautiful.
I,
Well, if we are all bedding down for the night, I have a new fun spell that I have been waiting to try out.
Do
And
it.
it is Galder's Tower.
Yay!
Do
So
it.
we don't have to sleep outside.
I'm sure Eden will deeply appreciate this.
And I can cover the bottom of the tower, like the bottom layer of the tower, in a bubble as well.
Very cool. Remind me what the benefit of that is for. I mean, clearly the shower gives you shelter anyway.
It
But
just means that nobody except the people that I indicate can enter it.
okay,
Oh, that's
cool.
cool.
Yeah,
nice.
Awesome.
so that it's a little in-house security system.
Yeah, and spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it.
Very nice. Um, all right. So tell us how your tower looks, Thea.
So it is 2 stories. Uh, and we'll do one of the stories is like a washroom, so like everybody can get cleaned up. Eric can get the vomit off of him. We'll throw Paul into a wash tub and force him to wash up, and then the other room is just a comfortable uh, bed space. I think we talked last time about just like not necessarily having like bed set up because it's only like 100 square feet, but
Yeah.
Having a
just
whole
having
floor be
like
a bed.
yeah, just like a floor bed kind of.
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah,
the
that
bed in
works.
the so I've got the bed in the cart, so I'll just stay there. Actually, I've got
You
my
you
tub under the bed in the cart.
You've got
I'll just stay there.
okay. That's a choice. Uh,
I mean, it's inside the dome, right?
No.
No?
no, the dome's not that big.
Oh, never
If
mind.
it's
Yeah, it
covering the
is a
first floor.
10-foot radius hemisphere.
Oh, never mind.
Do we bring Quimby in the tower with us?
I don't think it's room for. I mean, it's 100 square feet,
There's 2 floors,
two
right?
floors.
Oof.
We could try to put Quimby in the bathroom area and see if he'll stay.
So it's a 10-foot radius on the dome,
Yeah.
and the
Wait,
tower is 10 by
radius?
10 by 10.
Yeah.
10-foot radius hemisphere. Yeah, so it'll just be like part of the first floor.
So I mean,
You could cover the entrance essentially, right? I mean, basically.
yeah.
I mean, it's just one door in and out. So could you put the dome like in front of the door where it would just cover the door? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So with
And
that, you
then
could
it's
potentially.
translucent, so it might as well not be there for all intents and purposes for us, but it will keep us safe.
Okay, so logistically, you could make it where the cart is coming,
Yeah?
given planning and thought ahead of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
I
So
assume probably then like no windows up top.
Can I have windows?
I
I
mean,
mean, I'm
search
sure
out,
you
or you can have it
could.
aesthetically
Yeah,
how
well, I
you
mean,
want.
that's what I was looking at to see like if it had to look a certain way. I really like kind of the environment with a little bit of bioluminescence. So I imagine there's like even on the inside there's like climbing vines and like fireflies and
Nice.
Cool,
cool.
cool, cool. I like that. Very nice. Um, yeah, so you're
There's a
able to.
sauna if anybody wants to hang out in the sauna.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Eden will do so, yes.
Yeah, the whole Eden crew probably will. Um, um, is that so? Given that, are you staying out in your cart?
yes.
Okay. Um, you are able to see while you're out there that there's a lot more. Like there are some specific things that they look like translucent bioluminescent kind of butterflies, but their wings move impossibly slowly. It's almost like they're floating like jellyfish while everything else is having to fly.
Okay.
That kind of flutter by and things like that. There's a lot of movement around you. Nothing seems to be actually attacking though, so that's nice. Um, is there anything that any of you guys would like to engage with, or any conversations or anything?
Paul is going to take a bunch of his feathers and he's going to start manufacturing or creating um, like these like a feathered cloak of some kind that has like the most like bright and largest feathers are coming off of the shoulders, and then the rest of it just kind of flows down. And he's going
Very
to
cool.
begin working on something like that.
Very nice. Very nice.
So
How long are you gonna set out to do that?
that's why I mean it's just it'll be a project that I'll just continue to work on whenever.
Okay. Um, I'll say that if you get kind of 4 evenings or something like that of solid work in, you can finish it.
Okay.
And if you're going in layers, like you would already have something wearable probably by night 2 of it. Um, it just won't be as long as you are going for until you get more time in. So
Okay.
yeah, very cool, very cool. Um,
Is Tevin
any
working on anything tonight, or is he just going to bed?
He'll probably spend a little bit of time working on the projects that he's got, the Thea project and the Paul project.
Okay. Anything to do with the Thea one? Eden will bounce in to help if anything is needed. Do some bardic inspiration type deal, and then um, he'll mostly just get ready for bed. But anything he can help with, he'll ask you
Okay.
what he can do.
and Eric would probably ask and check in with that kind of thing as well. Um, he would also stand out like where the dome is, so that there's safety there, but also just like examine the surroundings and all of the bioluminescence and just watch it for a little while. He's a little bit awestruck by this space. This is the farthest away he's been from home, so um, all of this is new and interesting to him. It looked like you were about to say something, Reagan.
I guess if I could put like a little window in with like a little bench, and so like after like I got cleaned up and everybody got settled for the night, I would just spend some time in my like journal doodling and like drawing the butterflies and
Yeah, one of them actually gets pretty close to where you are. Let's see, did I think to take a picture of it? Oh, I don't know that I did. Yeah, one of them gets really close to the window, and um, you're able to see. It's odd. It doesn't actually look very much like it's got a body. It almost looks more like two little kind of organic rings that seem to have a pulse, but it doesn't have what you would consider like a butterfly body or something to that effect. Um, which gives it a really cool, eerie effect. And it lands on the window for a little while, just almost looking as though it's checking you out, but you can't really tell if it even has eyes, so it's not an easy thing to tell. Um, oh, I was in the wrong spot. That's why. I'll see if I can grab you a picture of it. But yeah, you're able to sit there and uh, draw some really beautiful ideas for your various dreams and things that you're writing. I cannot find where I put it now, but if I find it, I'll throw it in there. Anything else from other folks? Oh, there it is. Anybody else have any particular projects? Not so much.
Nothing I'm working on.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you guys are able to um, bed down for the night and get a good night's sleep in. I'm assuming you're not doing like watches or anything like that since you've got the tower.
Yeah, between the tower and the
The
I
group.
don't know. I guess it would depend. It since Tefn is out of the tower, Eden will probably plan on like staying up at least the first part of the night. He may not address that with anybody else, but he'll probably run a first watch.
Mm. Noticing this, I think Eric and Scylla will kind of follow suit in turn. Um, just just checking, making sure that things are okay, just in case there's something that could still be a threat, even through the tower and the sphere, because you just never know.
Yeah.
Uh,
since the dome thing is in front of the door, on the window, I'll cast alarm.
okay,
That should be the only like two like points of entry. So.
makes sense. I'm assuming, like with how alarm works, it has to be like a breach of that thing, right?
I think I can like specify.
So like something just landing on the window is not going to set it off every time.
Yeah.
Every time a bug is drawn to the light, you're not going to be alarmed.
Oh yeah, maybe I would want to rethink that.
In my brain, it's a breach sort of a situation, so that wouldn't be a problem. I just don't remember how that one is worded.
Oh no, it says whenever a tiny or large creature touches or enters the warded area.
If you ward it like on the inside of the window, then you should still be okay.
Okay. I was gonna say probably after like the second time a bug set it off, I would just like no, go away.
Like no.
Alarm just it's like listening to like when your smoke alarm needs batteries.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that is it for the night. Everything is pretty hunky dory. Like there are some things that land on the window, but nothing tries to get in. And it's a reasonably peaceful night in the bioluminescent woods. Um, so Next day, anything specific to start off with? Not particularly.
While we're traveling, Paul just plans on sitting on top and working on the clone.
Oh, given that, like if you're working on it through most of your travel time, then it'll probably be done somewhere like halfway through tomorrow.
Okay, it'll take me longer than that because he's not making it his size; he's making it for full size.
Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense. Um, one moment, you guys. I must use the restroom. I shall return. So if anybody needs a potty break or anything, do that real quick. We're not gonna go crazy long. There'll be some things for a little while, but like I don't imagine we'll be doing any more than like another hour. So, um,
Yeah, I'll
one
step out for a
minute.
quick second too.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that's okay.
You think you can check on little? Can you check on little? No, do all the things right now.
Might be able to make this stretch.
He's breathing okay. He's breathing.
And he's been I just watched him both turn. So he's good. Your baby is fine. Stop being such a mom.
Need help.
Hey, we need to finish that.
Oh. Cheese, baby snacks, you got cereal, deodorant, tea.
Get some cans. And we'll use that Italian sauce. I'll just make pasta dish this weekend.
Like crushed tomatoes?
Yeah.
Do you like that feta? Thing that I make?
Okay.
Also, we could do that and add the sauce. But if you rather make a sauce,
It's whatever. I mean, I like red sauce, but it's whatever you do.
we can get red.
So
Did you just say bread sauce?
red sauce.
Red sauce?
Red sauce. Okay, I was like, is that like bread pudding but running
No, I'm gonna make a bolognese this weekend.
it? Ooh,
big hitter.
nice.
Big cute.
Nice. Do we have a Steven back too?
Yep.
Okay.
Ready to go.
Sorry about that. Okay. So, the next morning happens. When you wake up, there's a nice little drizzle in the forest. If there's no business or conversation that you guys want to specifically focus on or anything to that effect, then you're able to just kind of start your day. Does the drizzle affect your decision to be working on your cloak thing?
Not really, no.
Okay.
It
I
means
mean,
that Eden is riding inside though, because he does not want to get wet.
all right. Um, when there are breaks, Eric will alternate between being outside and inside. And while it's brisk, it's not like cold, cold. To not have to just sit in soaking wet clothes. I mean, the pants will stay on, but he tends to take his shirt off when he's just like sitting up uh, by Teffin, just so that he's not like soaked through and through when he's in the back of the cart. Um, so this is definitely much more of a deep woods kind of a feel, and as you go farther into the space through the travel on this day, it is still very clearly a reasonably well traveled area. Um, you actually pass one fellow who, like, from a distance, it looks like there is a tree with a whole bunch of birds on it. Uh, it's much shorter than the rest that are forming the canopy over you. But as you get closer, you realize that it's moving. Um, and I don't know that you would stop or anything like that, but Teffin, there is a small tree man um, that has a crap ton of birds and squirrels and stuff like that in his branches. That's kind of like whistling and kind of taking notes occasionally on something that he tucks into a waterproof bag, and then he'll lean over and let like something scurry off into another tree or something like that. He's just whistling to himself, strolling down the road. Um,
Uh, I
I
won't
don't know that you
stop,
would.
but I'll probably nod at him as we pass by.
Good day, sir. Very good day. It's a lovely day for a cart ride. I hope that you're enjoying yourself.
I am
Hmm.
indeed, sir, and same to you.
Thank you, young man. And he dawdles on about his merry way. Um,
Well, he's much nicer than the last tree people we met.
Well,
as uh, as you guys carry on, um, you do start hearing like whispers in the forest and things like that, and there's laughter and giggles from deeper in. Um, I don't know if you do anything with that information or anything like that,
Are
and it
they
is
I've read too many fantasy books. You look forward and pretend like you don't hear it.
fair enough.
are
Fair
they
enough.
speaking common, or is it not, are we unable to hear?
Option check.
Because actually I also have, no, that's just vision, never mind. Okay, 3.
It's hard to make out. Like, you think that it might be common, but there are enough of them, and they are kind of spread out enough, like, and layered enough that it's really hard to make out actual words from what's happening. There are just little faint ones that you can pick up that it is probably common. Um,
I will
but yeah.
just keep working on my cloak.
So yeah, pretty much the day goes by uh, without anything super crazy happening. Let me roll something. Somebody roll me a d20 on your side. Oh no.
D20?
Yeah.
11.
Okay. Um, the storm that you missed overnight, while you were kind of sheltered there, um, because there was a rainstorm ahead of you guys. The storm that you missed slowed Callan down some. Um, Oh, Eden, your sending stone would at some point through the last day and today go off and uh, let you know that um, Callan has found Pyron
okay.
and now has custody of Hiron and is bringing him and Miss Arabella back to the Kingdom of the Crystal Spades
Oh,
or
perfect.
Empire of the Crystal Spades. He is trying very hard to beat you. This has slowed him down.
I suspect I know why, but
You would,
yes.
yes. I don't think that Eden realizes this is a
No.
race to him, but he's trying real hard. Um, and actually, at like there's a little place off the side of the road that would be kind of like a campground area. There's a space that um, has a camping circle and things like that, and he would have actually kind of set up a tent. So um, I'll roll a perception. He does actually see you guys pass Teffin. Well, I don't know if you would stop, if this would be a place that you would stop or not. Um, or if you're just gonna keep right on trolling
I
on.
think I'm gonna keep right on going.
Okay, so this is effectively enough to light a fire under his ass to like, nope, nope, gotta try and fly again. Let's see how this does. So uh yeah, you might not even have recognized roll me your perception. Eric probably I don't think Eric met him.
Oh,
Nope.
uh, well, 9.
Nope. So he saw you, you didn't see him, so now he's gonna keep trying to haul butt. Um all right. So yeah, pretty much your day of travel goes without any big problems. Um as you end the day, uh you start to kind of see some interesting changes in the landscape. The trees sort of thin out. The ones that are there become bigger, but you start to realize that they are like almost half underground, and ahead of you th- the terrain becomes wider and there are like holes in the ground. Some of them have trees sticking up through them. A lot of them just are holes in the ground. At first, it starts pretty just sporadic. The farther you go, though, the more of them there are. Um, at a certain point, it kind of just looks like Swiss cheese. It would be a terrible place for one of those people with like phobias of holes. Uh, really, really awful, awful thing for folks like that. So,
Are there
uh,
any like holes like near the path that we're on, like pretty close?
maybe a couple that are sort of close.
Paul would hop down and go kind of investigate and look at these holes. Like, this
Okay.
looks weird and
You
strange.
said they're big enough for like trees to grow out?
Some of them, yeah. Some of them are pretty small. Some of them are bigger. Occasionally, there's a full tree growing through them.
Yeah, Paul's
Okay.
gonna go look.
All right. Um, and you're just starting to get into that. Like at this point, it is getting dark, so it would be kind of a good time to pull off anyway.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, roll me an investigation check,
Oh yeah, that's my strong suit right there.
of
Let's
course.
go 3 or 2. 3. That's my. I rolled a 3. It's a hole.
It's a
Yeah,
hole.
yeah. At this stage, it doesn't look like it goes super crazy deep. That's all you can really tell. It doesn't quite look like an animal hole, but it could be. It could be a spot that it's like, oh, well, if I'm here, I might as well move in to some furry critter.
Is it a big hole?
The one that you're checking out is probably big enough that like you could shimmy into it if you wanted to, but it wouldn't be deep enough at this phase to probably justify it.
Can I reach into the hole and like touch the bottom of
Yeah, you can do that.
it, or do I have to get in the hole to do that?
Let's see. How tall are you?
3 feet.
For where you are, you could probably touch the bottom of it.
I like reach the bottom and like kind of like move dirt around and stuff to see if there's anything.
Anything that will bite you.
And drag you underground. Paul would go noodling.
So you feel
I do have
um,
beast sense, so if there is a beast that is coming up nearby near that hole, I would sense
and like normal animals also kind of qualify as beasts, right?
that.
Yes.
Just non-humanoids, anything that's
Okay,
animal.
yeah. So there is a beast in the hole. Um, it's it doesn't seem to. I don't know. Does that change what you do?
Do I get like? Does my danger sense go off?
No.
If, okay, if my danger sense isn't going off, but I like know there's a beast in the hole, I'm going to be more curious because I want to know what this creature is, and I'm probably going to try to do speak with animals with it whenever I can get its attention.
Okay. So you're getting its attention by pretty much reaching down and just checking it out.
So they're like, "Hey, who's down here?"
It kind of snorts back up at you. I'm me. Who are you?
Well, I'm also me. You got a
Oh,
really nice hole here. Did you make this?
I did not know. I did not make this hole.
Oh, you just live here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's
It's
a
a
really
good
nice hole.
place for a rainstorm.
Ah, you know what? I can see that. That makes a lot of sense. So,
Hmm.
well, I'm sorry if I bothered you. I just thought it was an
Oh,
interesting hole. I thought I'd come check it out.
no bother. No bother. What are you? And it kind of shuffles its way up, and you see this weird little, like, pug pig thing under a mushroom cap that kind of wiggles its way up and and then pulls itself up onto the surface.
I'm Paul.
Hello, Paul. I'm me.
Nice to meet you, me.
It's very nice to meet you, too. Not very many people that look like you talk to me.
Well, you're the first person who looks like you that I've ever talked to.
Oh, well, then it's a good day for both of us.
Very much. So, do you live here?
Sometimes. I always live close. I don't go very far.
Well, do you mind if we stay nearby?
Oh, no. No, it's fine. It's a fine place to stay. You don't live here then?
No, no, we're traveling to the city.
Oh, oh, it's a nice place. I've heard anyway. I haven't actually been there, but everybody seems to like it.
So, well, we're going there. I don't know exactly why, but apparently that's where we have to go.
Fair enough. Which I suppose as good a place as any. If you have to go to a place, why not go there?
Why not?
Eh. Is it warm where you stay?
Sometimes I don't really stay anywhere. We go places all the time.
Oh, adventurers.
Sure, yeah,
Oh, okay. That sounds exhausting.
it is. It can be very. Are
You
you
can
hungry?
always find a hole.
Maybe I will one day. Are there any holes available here?
Probably. I just
Well,
put my head in to look.
maybe one day I will come back and I can live in a hole here.
You can be my neighbor.
I like the sound.
Me too.
Well, I better get back to my friends. But it was nice meeting you.
It was nice to meet you too. Do come back and visit sometime.
I will. Nice to
Hmm.
meet you, me.
Good to meet you, Paul.
And then I just trot on back to the group.
I think it's so cute.
Wads itself back into the hole and yep.
So, I sent a song in the group chat. Eden has been playing just something sort of melancholy in the rain. Once we're parked for the night, though, he's gonna go looking for something. He wants to make a rain sound maker. I don't know what those are called, like a rain stick. So he's gonna go try to find something because he wants to be able to recreate because he really enjoyed the sound of like the rain on the top of uh the cart. So he's gonna go looking for something to make something that he could replicate that with for his music for later.
Oh, I like that. Um, yeah, roll me. I'll take perception or investigation for that.
Okay.
Because I mean, you're just kind of scanning the forest floor for things that have already fallen. It's a little
It's
weird when you realize that it might be somebody's old arm or something, but you know.
he has been inside the cart this whole time. He doesn't think about it. Jeez, man, I can't roll today. 10
I mean, it didn't take much. You're like leaving a forest, so
in a
um,
forest.
what's that?
In a forest.
Yeah, like you're able to find something with a 10. That's fine. Um, yeah, you're they call him Jane. Yeah, you're able to find kind of a log that is partially hollowed. It's not a huge log. It's just, maybe like a foot and a few inches, foot and change. Um, and part of it has kind of hollowed out some with just time and critters and stuff like that. Um, but it looks like you could probably do something with it if you could find a way to seal whatever you wanted to inside.
Yeah, he'll eventually ask Teffin, but probably not tonight.
You at least have your rough material there. What is it that you want to put into it to make the
Oh,
sound?
he
Because you've
doesn't have
got
any
enough,
idea
right?
yet.
Okay, so it's mainly just working on the
Yeah, like he'll
basic
probably
shape.
pick up some small rocks and like dirt and things like that, stuff that he can test out the next day
Okay.
to see if he can, figure out something that sounds similar enough.
Yeah, yeah, that's easy enough to find, not a problem. Um, yeah, you're able to do that. Um, anything else for this night? Nope.
Paul will keep working on the cloak. Will I be pretty much done with it at this point?
You're getting close. So you've worked on it through the day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
each day that we've
probably.
been traveling,
Yeah.
nothing else to do.
So you're pretty much to the point that like tomorrow is finishing touches day.
Okay.
So yeah, you're mostly done with it at this point. It is already wearable, but it is um like there are just some things that you would want to do as finishing bits.
Okay.
So yeah, well done, well done. Um, excuse me. Let's see. Anybody else have things specific?
I would just check with like Teffin and Eden and make sure there's nothing that I need to do to help with the. I feel bad because y'all are making me something, and I was just like, thanks, bye. Is there anything that I can do to help?
I don't think so.
Like I imagine probably by this point, like this might be the last night you have to work on it.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, that would make sense. Like you're not spending as much time on things as Paul is, but like it wasn't a huge thing, so
Yeah,
I
they
think
weren't big projects anyway, so.
yeah.
I imagine
What
the
was that?
hardest part will be, I think you'll need to practice with your swinging. Nothing, I just think that the hardest part after we are finished will be practicing swinging it so you get the right frequency, the right resonance. And then, yeah,
Makes sense.
Thank you guys for doing that for me and just looking up anything I can do to help.
of course.
I'm
Unless you
Of
know how
course.
to make rain sounds.
rain sounds.
You'll just like hold up a little stick, like, yes, rain sounds.
Hmm.
She just starts making rain sounds with her mouth.
Oh,
I
I
was
mean,
like, is it
yes.
raining?
I love it.
So I'll go over.
Um,
I will go over to um, one of my cabinets and open it up and sort of rummage around in it. And I'll pull out a little container that's got like um, metal pellets in it, and just sort of I'll open the lid and sort of run them through my fingers a little bit. Shh, 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 shh. How,
Oh
Hey.
yes, like that.
like that? Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, and Scylla is kind of listening in. And also, if you were to take those and then mix in little shell fragments, then you'd have the very like some of them sound like heavy drops, some of them sound like light drops.
And I need to maybe find a sheet of like metal or something for having thunder sounds. But thank you. No, I liked having the rain on the card today. It sort of nice backdrop to the music.
Nice. It reminded me very much of sea storms and just very pleasant and calming. Um, Eric agrees with that. Like, yes, it's kind of a new thing for me. I've lived in deserts most of my life, so it's been very nice and very pleasant to feel the rain against my skin. I appreciate the opportunity to have that experience. Thank you all.
I've
I mean, we
never
did kind
heard,
of drag you along.
I've never heard somebody grateful to like be stuck out in the rain.
I have been taught from an early age that you should be grateful for great many experiences. Even the things that cause you pain are ways to learn and ways to create strength and resilience. So, and to a certain extent, I suppose, the capacity to feel is a thing to be grateful for because it means that I've made it this far. So, I don't see a
Yeah.
reason to not be grateful. It's a very pleasant thing to feel, and a very, for me, a very new experience that I rather appreciate. All of this, like, interesting things that I've never seen, uh, rains that I've not felt. A very interesting experience that I cherish. So, and I appreciate the lovely company.
How are you
Paul
feeling,
farts at
by
this
the way?
moment. Sorry.
What was that?
I said Paul farts as soon as he finishes that.
Oh, I will say that that smell is something that I'm not sure I needed to experience, but he says it with a smile on his face the entire time.
How grateful are you now?
My constitution is strengthening.
Speaking of which, how are you feeling?
He's been better. I've not needed help today.
Oh, good. Progress.
I still find myself wanting, but I can dull that out with the experience, honestly. Um, I think probably the night, like laying down and trying to sleep, will probably be the hardest thing.
That's fair.
Thank you for asking.
I think we still have some sleepy time tea, so
Ooh,
let me know if you
Perfect.
need some of that. And then, just
honestly, I
as a
think that's a
point
good idea.
of business, don't we have drugs for
Yep.
somewhere? Do I have them?
I think so, yeah, actually.
Okay.
Yep. So hopefully he's at the point that the sleepy time tea will be enough. But
Stop bogarting Thea and share with the group.
like, not only do you have some drugs for him specifically, you also just have a lot of drugs in general.
Yeah.
We have a whole drug dealer worth of drugs.
You do.
Whatever the equivalent of the FBI busts us, we are in trouble.
You guys didn't let
Well,
Paul try any of them.
it
Nope.
it's in the hidden part of the cart, right? It's in the extra dimensional part of the wagon.
So, are we
Yeah, all of it is.
technically transporting narcotics across state lines?
Oh
Yep.
yes.
I mean, yeah.
Several at this point, in fact.
Yep. Most definitely.
Are now a cartel.
Cartel.
Cartel. I can't even be mad at that particular usage of it. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, I love it.
Well, Paul will just finish the cloak. That's all he's got going on. So
And
Very
are we
cool.
doing the tower again tonight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and I'll set up the dome the same as last time.
All right.
And since you're
And
in
if
a more open space, Scylla will spend more time outside, like looking at the stars too.
yeah, and if we're setting up the dome essentially just to cover the door, then it can be like she could actually be outside and still in the dome.
Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of what she would end up probably leaning towards. Like she would probably go and sleep wherever Eden sleeps. Um, but until then, she would like to be under the stars. That's kind of where she is accustomed to, so it's a comforting thing for her. Um, yeah, anything else from anybody? All right.
Just get the tower up, brew some sleepy time tea.
does anybody have
Blast.
alcohol?
Eden
I have
does.
whiskey.
Because Paul doesn't have any alcohol.
I
Not
Eric had given you his small flask, but you had that drained real fast, so he didn't have anything other than that.
You would probably remember that Eden just keeps like swill beer inside a flask at his hip pretty much at all times.
yeah. Well, Paul is like ready for drinks whenever people are breaking it out. And so
Would you like a tea? Said.
I don't know. Is it pretty strong?
Pretty strong.
I'll give it. I'll try it. I've never had it before.
Yeah, can you cast sleep?
Be
I mean,
amazing.
it's not a spell I have right now.
Oh, okay.
Is that a spell?
It is a spell. Yeah.
It's not what I have right now, but I can look at it up.
But if you're giving him sleepy time tea, it kind of sort of has that vibe.
I mean, it's not a like a potion or anything. It's
Yeah.
just like a calming.
Yeah. I drink it and I'm like, whoa, this tastes like crap.
Supposed to sip it.
I
Eric
don't
seems
sip
delighted by it.
I literally just bam, I pound it just immediately.
Eden will sort of grudgingly hand over his flask.
Paul will drink.
Yep.
My
Make a
my
note to fill that again next time we hit a town.
my brother says that the the town that we are going to has many fine places that make their own alcohol. So at least we'll be able to stock up.
Good.
Good.
Because this has been the longest we've gone without drinking.
True.
So I don't know if Paul has recognized it, but Eden actually doesn't hardly ever drink the alcohol that he keeps with him. He mostly just carries it for Paul. And
Paul
that's
does,
why
Paul does not
it's
notice.
total crap. It's like the cheapest stuff he can find with the highest alcohol content.
Okay. Paul does not notice one bit.
No, I can't get sleep.
Danny, I think you're muted.
Dang it. Yeah, pretty much he's just giving you rubbing alcohol over and over. Um, yeah, you're able to. Oh, like as Scylla is looking at the stars, there is a gigantic winged figure that just darts over the campsite. Not immediately over, but now that it's a more open space, you see a distinct human form fly over at a certain point, just like hauling ass. Uh, um, it's dark enough though that you can't actually tell that it's Callan. Yeah, So you're able to kind of have the night to just relax and all of that. And if any of you guys are curious or want to do any like conversation with the NPCs, getting to know them, like they will be talking with you guys. But I don't want to like drag that on if that's not something that you want to engage with like specifically. So, but yeah, there's like small talk and stuff like that.
Paul
So
legitimately does not talk to Airbnbs.
that
Doesn't
that
know their
makes sense.
names. Doesn't know what they're really doing here. Just they're just extra people that are here for now.
Do you know anyone's name other than me? I
I
don't even know if you know my name.
I do know I do know
name.
you. I do know your name. I do know Eden. Um, uh,
He has
I
called
think
Teffin's name a couple of times.
Stephanie.
Okay.
Yeah. Nate's character I don't know.
Nope.
Um, that any of the
Well,
characters he's ever had, I've never got to know them long enough to actually know their names.
yeah, the most
Um,
recent one was Gildel, and before that is
Pyrin.
Pyren. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, he only knew
Who?
Pyron's
Native.
native.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Um, and like Eric is curious about Paul, so he actually talks to Paul a fair bit, just kind of getting like not pushing or anything like that, but finding common ground and things to that effect. Like, just talking about like animals with him and things to that effect.
Yeah,
Um,
it's kind of like talking to like a 6 or 7 year old who's like engaged with something else and is half paying attention to your
mhm.
conversation.
He doesn't seem to mind that. He's just genuinely curious and wants to know more about Paul. And he does the same thing with Thea, but it's a much more engaged conversation. Like, and Teffin to a degree too. He values the skill and all of that. Goes to a great uh like he knows that Paul doesn't particularly care about being seen, so he is curious and wants to also make sure that Paul knows that like he is liked and supported, but um he he wants to like make the people that might care about actually being seen and heard, give them a platform to do so with him. Um, ask them about their lives and their interests and things to that
Yeah,
effect.
Paul does not care.
And he would not push that because he could see that he's got a pretty good sense of people. Um, so yeah, night passes reasonably uneventfully. Um, you guys wake up. The rain has kind of moved out for the morning, and so the sunrise is really beautiful over this like odd Swiss cheese landscape. Um, and you are able uh, to start your day. Anything specific before you take off? Not particularly.
I'm just getting to the town while we're traveling. I'm on the cart and putting the final touches on the cloak.
Awesome, awesome. So as you're leaving the woods more and more, um, the holes seem to be getting deeper and more frequent at this point. There are still occasionally trees. They're fewer and farther between, but the trees themselves are getting bigger. Not all the holes are, but where there is a tree, excuse me, where there is a tree is a huge hole because they're massive trees um, that are probably like some of the big ones might be close to 10 feet in diameter. So they're sparse, um, way spread out, but there are quite a few of them. And while the ground above is, mm, I forgot how I was actually going to say that sentence, but the path itself is not holy. It does not seem like it is compromised. Um, but the ground around it is just full of little holes. Um,
Are these trees like the largest trees we've ever seen, or like are they like massive, massive?
maybe not the tallest, but definitely the widest.
I'm gonna go to one of those trees just to kind of look at it and see. what it's about.
Okay. Um, you could roll me an investigation in nature.
Natural 19.
Oh, nice.
Um, both will be +0. So
Okay. Um, so
I lick the tree.
it tastes woody. Um, it's very much the reason that this isn't also the tallest tree or one of the tallest trees that you've seen, is because it starts way lower than this. Examining the hole that's around it, it's separated by like not quite a foot on any of the sides. And it looks like from the light that shines in that it goes down maybe another like 100 feet or so. Um, and is it's like it's strong all the way down. Like the trunk seems to go all the way down to what you might think of as the bottom. It's kind of hard to see down there, but you can kind of get a vague idea.
Sure.
Um, because of all of the light from all the other holes, you can kind of get some images. Um,
Does the hole itself seem like it's been like naturally widened by the growth of the tree, or does it seem like the tree just grew to the width of what the hole was at? You know
this
what I mean?
particular one looks like it has probably also taken part in widening the hole. Like this thing has to be hundreds and hundreds of years old at this point.
Sure.
So it's probably a little bit of both, where the width of the tree expands and the hole expands around it, and then the erosion um, from water and things like that allows more room, which allows the tree more room to grow.
Okay.
So probably the tree started that, but it's been an ongoing process for ages.
Okay.
Um, which also leads you to the conclusion that most of these holes are probably just naturally created, because it does look like most of it is like erosion based in some way. It's really hard material, though. It's not like you don't get the idea that if you get too close to the edge of one, unless like there's some loose dirt you don't account for, like it is solid. You're not going anywhere. If you get too close to one of the edges, it's not going to just cave in under your feet. Um, and it's a host to a lot of different fuzzy animals and stuff like that. Um, so yeah, it looks like there's a whole gigantic ecosystem underneath this. Um, in
Interesting.
addition,
Okay.
um, anything else like anybody else checking anything out? Anything to that effect?
Uh, I would just because I remember that I have a familiar and how D&D works. I'll just send Archimedes up to just do a lap, look for any danger.
Okay. Um, he reports back that, well, I mean, you can see too if you're just like looking through his eyes. Um, there are travelers often on the road. He does at one point have to like really, really not swoop down and attack a little group of something that's traveling on the road. You can see it just ahead of you. You guys are gonna overtake it before the end of the trip. Um, they look like really tiny, tiny people. Um, riding on the backs of like squirrels and hamsters and things. Um, that are headed the same direction that you are. Uh, so um, some of that, as you're getting in closer, there's more traffic. Um, there are some farmlands, and ahead there are also a few domes that contain a few different buildings and whatnot. And farther up, um, the path begins to descend, and the uh, it looks like there are walls, almost like a cliff face, that it's taking you down into, and at some point those walls become buildings. Um, so Yeah, that's a ways ahead yet, but on their big circle, they're able to kind of see ahead, and you get glimpses of that from a distance. So,
Please tell me Thea is gonna try to talk to all of the woodland animals that are flying. Please, please do it. Eden wouldn't, but I can imagine that Thea might.
I don't think I can talk to him.
oh, I've never had anybody ask me if they could.
If my familiar, is that what you mean?
Yeah, talking to any aerial things through your familiar?
I
Is
don't think I can
is that a
talk.
thing? I think you would still have to be able to speak with animals to do that. I don't know. I've never had anybody ask that before.
I mean, if I can.
I think well, I mean, you can send messages through Archimedes and have them interpret for you. Like, it's not exactly like talking, but you can still kind of get the idea, maybe.
I mean, I can hear what it hears and see what it sees,
But you can't communicate to
but
it.
I don't have like talks with animals or anything.
But it can communicate with you, right?
Archimedes can telepathically communicate as long as he's
So,
within 100 feet of me.
so yeah, he couldn't get out super wide, but when he comes in, you could do something kind of akin to sending messages to the animals through him.
If I could get speaks with animals, he can cast it for me. That would be kind of cool. But I don't have that spell right now.
Yeah, it would be kind of a weird telephone game if you tried to do it. I mean, you could attempt, but it would be a strange game of telephone to try.
No, I'm all right. I guess I'll give Teffin a heads up about these tiny little people that are riding squirrels. Let's
Yep.
not run them over, please.
There's it looks like on the backs of like kind of suspended between four
I think you're muted.
gosh dang it. Yeah, like between
Pausing for
four
dramatic effect is what we do.
exactly. Between four squirrels, there's a little bitty palanquin. Um and they're moving the same direction as you guys, but obviously you're gonna very easily overtake them. And there's like a little guard riding hamsters and gerbils around them, and they all look like the little fuzzy thing that I threw in chat.
How
Um,
many of them are there?
so there are 5 that are visible outside of the palanquin.
Do they speak like any a language, or do they just chitter among themselves in a rodent language?
I mean, they would currently be doing something more akin to chittering, but it is a true language. But occasionally they're like bits of common here and there. You're not
So speak
currently
with
close
animals
enough, but
wouldn't really work with them because they're speaking an actual language, not they're not just like animals.
they could also speak animal languages. So like it would work with them,
Okay.
but it would also not necessarily be necessary. That was redundant and said the same thing
All
twice.
right.
But
Not
yeah,
required, but they could understand.
yeah,
In my new bug army, I have the earworm, which translates languages.
also very cool. Yeah.
Well, when we get there, I lean over the top of the thing and I go and I ask them, I was like, "Hey, are you guys going to the city?"
One of the little guards actually just speaks in common.
Yes, we are going to the city. We are the delegate of NIMBY.
Would you guys like
Delegation.
a ride?
Oh,
I
well,
mean, if
that
you
would
guys,
make things much faster. Yes.
I mean, if you want, you can get up on the cart with me. I mean, we got plenty of space.
You have room for our mounts.
Uh, yeah, I think so.
Let us confer.
And they kind of talk. One of them sticks their head into the palanquin area and the little covered dealing bop. Um,
Yes, my lady says that that would be very favorable indeed. Thank you.
Excellent. Let me help you guys up.
Until we-
Hey, Teffin, stop for a second. We're gonna carry these folks with us.
So I'll pull up and pull to a stop.
Are we there?
Not quite. We're apparently taking on some passengers.
He's gonna just like poke his head up so that he can look through the crack.
Like, how are we gonna fit more people in here?
It's pretty crowded in the back.
Huh.
and you just see Paul grabbing a bunch of squirrels.
Oh, this again. Hey, remember the last time that you thought that you should bring one of a squirrel? Wait, is that the person? I was just remembering the last time with the squirrel that ate all of our food because you put it in the bag.
Well, I won't put these ones in the bag. They're a delegation. They're a degradation.
Sir,
You're
a
muted again.
delegation.
Oh, am I?
You were for a second.
Oh, I
Not
didn't
now.
hit the button again. I don't know. Maybe I just was speaking in such a high frequency that Discord was like, nope.
You're surprised.
Yes. Sorry. Um.
A delegation, sir. A delegation.
Yeah, that's what I said. A desecration.
Ah, I see.
He like speaks in a little bunch of chitters and squawks
I
to
can understand what he's saying.
um this one is a little slow to the draw. He's
I,
bad
I
with words.
I speak back and I say, yeah, they're pretty bad with words sometimes, but it's okay. I can translate.
All their eyes, their beady eyes get much bigger and they're like,
Ah, thank you, sir. Your translations would be much appreciated. Shit, 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 shit.
It's like when you go get your nails done and they're speaking in like Mandarin Chinese and they don't realize you actually understand what they're saying.
yep. Exactly.
Yeah, I just get them up on the cart and then I'm like, okay, we're good. Everybody aboard.
Are you keeping them with you up top?
Yeah, I figured they'd just be up top with me.
You're gonna take them all the way to the.
Yeah, literally carry them to the very top.
Alrighty. Yeah.
Eden is absolutely getting out of the out of the cart and climbing up there because he has to see this.
Yep. There's a little gaggle of five little mouse-ish people. They look more like people than like mice, but they have itty bitty like mousy features. Um and the one in the covered palanquin kind of stays there for right now, but every now and then you see like little peel back of one of the drapes and then kind of goes back to their spot inside. Um
Paul is gonna like lay on his stomach, like with his like hands like this, talking with the group,
His
with his
legs
feet
up.
just kicking
They're
back and
gonna
forth.
You know what it sounds like to the people in the cart? You on Emperor's New Groove when Croc's like squeak squeaker, squeak
squeak,
squeaking.
squeaking. Yeah,
Yep,
that's,
pretty
that's
much.
yeah.
And they'll chirp
That's
back.
what you do, chipmunk.
What is your name, good sir?
Oh, my name's Paul.
Paul. It is very good to meet you. My name is Visni.
Nice to meet you, Vinny.
Close enough. Uh,
He just became a mobster.
I am ambassador of Nembi of the Oaken Castle Kingdom. It is our pleasure to be uh, at your service for anything in return for this your expeditious assistance in our expeditiousness. Yes. Thank you for the ride, and can we do anything in return?
I don't know. What can you do?
We have some jewels, some payment.
Oh, I don't need any money. I'm good. Thank you, though.
We have a large army should you ever need defense.
Oh, you guys are warriors?
Some of us, we ourselves are not, although we do have security here as well.
I am also a warrior.
You look like a warrior, a very mighty and brave warrior.
I am also a warrior.
uh, Imogen,
He gestures to one of the other women who's like kind of petting their squirrel. Um,
Imogen is also a great warrior. She is our chief of command of our military.
Really? And then I immediately start asking Imogen questions about battles and what things that where she's fought and all that kind of stuff. Start trading soldiers, like two old soldiers talking and trading stories.
Occasionally, she will drop something that you have heard before, like they might have actually been involved in the in the oh geez, I
The
forgot
Battle
what
at the Mountain.
thank you. Yeah, but the battle at the mountain. Um,
Okay.
uh, you probably wouldn't have noticed because
Sure.
mice. But yeah, they they've fought in some of those. But then also there are things like
The great battle of Wild Boar.
where it was effectively just a whole army of mice that had to defend their city from a stampede of wild boar.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I
so
am
it was
enthralled
like
by this story.
mundane things and big things all rolled into one.
Yeah.
One was the great snake attack of the year before the 12 or something like
You
that.
would
Where
imagine for them, they're telling the story like they were fighting dragons,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
So to me, as they're telling the story, and they're like, "We fought this giant," and to me, I'm thinking of like a dragon.
Yep,
So yeah,
yep, absolutely.
I'm like,
Um,
that is amazing. You guys are really good warriors. If
Thank
you ever go to battle and you need an ally, I am happy to fight alongside you.
they mimic your hand motion in their little.
Eden has no idea what's going on, but he is just enthralled watching all of this happen.
One of them kind of comes over to you, seeing that you're watching on, and like speaks to you in a tongue that you don't understand, but he's very clearly speaking to you.
Oh, you have a camera on. Eden just sort of like nods his head and and says, "That is, I have no idea what you said."
Do you speak common, sir?
Yes, I think so.
Ah, my name is Tarabit.
It is my absolute pleasure.
he'll, he'll shake your hand, um, and carry on about the trip. Are there specific things that you guys want to talk to this weird little delegation of mice people about?
I legitimately I want to learn all about them. They're
Yeah.
little mice people, and I am enthralled to learn like about their history, what they're doing here, like where they're traveled from. Just yeah, I just literally asking questions about them. So
Yeah, Eden's in the same like vein, just like, tell me more. I have to know more about these cute little mice.
Somebody ask about the princess in the carriage or whoever she is.
Oh, she's
Nope.
not as interesting to me as the warrior lady. I don't care about the princess thing. I mean, if that comes up in conversation, obviously. But yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
if they ever come out of the like more than just peeking out, Eden will talk to them. But
so. What
until
are
until
you?
that happens,
Yeah, like so. What are you guys traveling to the city for?
Actually,
Is it picking me? Okay.
actually, we are here with our princess for introductions, as she will be one of the key people moving forward in discussing um, matters of international trade.
Oh,
And yeah,
okay.
Uh, currently, she is under the care of Smonset,
and they gesture to one of the others who hasn't said as much because they haven't been a warrior or anything like that. Um, and actually realizing that the other one is having a conversation in common with Eden, he'll say this in common, so you won't know the difference, but
Yep.
that way, like, Eden will kind of be read into some of the conversation as well. Um, oh gosh, what do they call it when an older person is kind of sort of overseeing a young royal? Um,
oh,
Basic English just left. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, when they're when they're basically running the show for them.
Yeah, like they're the acting agent until they're old enough to
the
do more.
regent.
Regent.
Regent, there we go. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that was gonna bother me. Uh, Smonsent is currently like the regent, and as they talk more, like the little curtain comes back, and as small as these guys already are, this probably looks like what you would imagine kind of a preteen, early teen version of that is, like really itty bitty, like huge eyes, clearly terrified. They're
When
surrounded by all these huge things.
when she emerges, like, it is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty.
thank you, Paul. It was.
It is, yes, ma'am.
She like stands on the top and like gives a little awkward curtsy.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
If
And
there is anything that I can do to help, please, I will be happy to be at your service.
I would very, very much like that. We need more allies that are honestly as big as you guys.
Well, from what I heard from your tales of your warriors, it would be an honor to fight alongside.
Thank you for your service and your cooperation.
And Sman said is just kind of okay, this is going all right. This like kind of assessing the conversations happening.
Okay.
Um,
Eden is gonna cast disguise self. He can only be a foot shorter, but he will be a foot shorter, and he's going to try to take on as much of like the look of these people as he can to try to make them feel more comfortable.
Very good as one of us. I've never seen any of us be that big though before. That's so interesting.
Eden is just like, oh my gosh, that is cute, and he's just sort of frozen in that. Ah.
it's, uh, she goes over to address you. It's like,
We are pleased to meet you from the whole kingdom of Oaken Castle, and especially the region of Nembi.
and kind of turns and
Thank you.
says the same thing to Paul.
He's gonna like lean over to where the hole is to speak into the cart. Yeah, yeah. You have to come up here. You have to come see this. They're amazing.
Can I try to climb up there? I guess while the cart's moving.
Um, I would advise you have Teffin slow down and just let you get up to the top. Oh, you could try, but it would
I mean,
be
Eden will help you if you try.
Yeah,
It's just gonna-
I mean, if you fall off the cart, Paul can just jump down, grab you, and
Well, I
run us
could
back.
misty step. I just don't want to scare anybody.
Oh, that would probably
Yeah.
terrify.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I say, "All right,
Eric, I guess,
you
was
ready?
already there.
I'm gonna swing around.
All right. Roll me a dex or acrobatics with advantage for having help with from Eden.
And hell, a bardic inspiration.
Thank you. What does that do again?
You get to roll an extra D8 on top of whatever you roll.
D8. I'm gonna give myself a guidance because this is not my strong suit. And a D8. What do we say? Acrobatics at advantage.
Yeah. And Teffin is just hearing all of this little like squeak talking. At least some of it you're able to understand.
Meanwhile, I'm
26.
just driving away, driving
Keep up
along.
there.
You said a 26?
26.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, no problem. And of course Scylla's not going to be there by herself, so she's going to swing up too.
It's getting
So-
really
So
crowded. on
no
top of
one's
this
in the cart anymore. We're all
Nope.
on top of this.
Nope. It's a really weird weight distribution, but thankfully it's a pretty straight shot once you get out of the woods.
And don't make any sharp turns, please, Teffin.
Like, everybody on the top just like the mice are fine. Everybody else just goes off the edge.
Sorry.
Yeah, everybody is able to be on top, so it's like just this cross-legged powwow around these tiny people. And they tell you about how they are one nation within the Oaken Castle Kingdom that has.
Are they on this plane, like the plane that we're on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So they are in the Copno continents, and have been traveling weeks to get here.
Yeah, they'd be coming out of the northeast, right?
Yes.
So Paul would obviously not know this, but Jason is curious. Their weeks of travel equate to like how much distance probably from where we are currently.
Probably a couple miles.
Like, are we talking like relatively to them? It would have been like we passed by them where their home would have been like a day ago.
So, with how many weeks it has been for them, like if the people in the Kingdom of the Crystal Spades knew how long this was going to take, they've not met these folks before to realize that they are tiny. They would have just figured a different way to get them here. So for you guys, traveling where you came from in Cannibal Cove down to White Castle is about a 3-day by like reasonably quick foot means. And that covers like kind of about a third, oh no, probably closer to half of this continent. You're able to get down in 3 days. They came from probably 3 times as far across the whole continent. So they are coming from the northeast corner to the southwest corner. So they've been out here for so many weeks. Probably a day of your travel takes them pretty close to like week and a half, 2 weeks.
So we're going to be shaving off a significant
Yes.
amount of time.
Like they're
Okay.
tiny little peoples. And I mean the squirrels can go pretty far and pretty fast, but like they're pretty limited on what they're able to do, how quickly, based on like resource management and all of that, as well. So yeah, you're cutting off a good chunk of time. You're doing them a huge favor. So yeah. And they tell stories of the Great Remembering where their entire colony had effectively been forgotten by everybody except them, and it was kind of all out terror, and a fight to try and receive recognition as people, because people just assumed that they were animals for a long time, and uh, like resistance from the governing bodies, but a whole lot of battle. It's been a wild time for them. Um,
Paul might leave the party just to go hang out with his friends.
so yeah, I can also drop you guys just because it's fun for me to enjoy writing weird backstory things that don't necessarily matter to the plot, but it's thoroughly enjoyable for me. Um, I'll send you guys some of the backstory that you get along the road. But if
Yeah.
there are specific questions that you have that you think of, feel free to ask. I'm happy
Well,
to.
Paul is legit enthralled and definitely in the back of his mind is like, I want to go visit these people's homeland. So
Excellent. Excellent.
Don't worry, Paul. Aiden will absolutely go with you.
Yeah, I think like everybody on the top of the thing is now convinced. Like, well, clearly we know what we're doing once we save the world.
Oh yeah.
And they're all very nice. They're very polite. Um, Smonset sometimes like pauses the princess and corrects her. Like, we can't tell them that. Well, he'll like interrupt her in the middle of things. He's like, nope, nope, too much. Like, oh, sorry. Uh, and occasionally we'll like try to correct her etiquette so that she's more formal. Um, and but mostly he seems reasonably chill. He's just the most concerned one in the group that she is doing the things that she is supposed to be doing. Um, and Imogen almost like from the get go, as soon as you guys start talking shop, being warrior like warrior stuff, instantly like just her guard is down. She's got a new bud.
yeah.
Um, so
Play them some
it's
music if conversation ever dies down at all.
oh, and they love dancing, itty bitty mouse person dancing. Um,
It's gonna be okay.
I just want to live in this world.
I I love this place. This is a place I have to go to, to escape life sometimes. Uh, but yeah, they'll dance with the music and you get like little chirpy songs along. If it's something that they've heard before, they'll ask you to sing occasionally too.
Mm.
Um, and as this party on the top is going on, things are starting like you're getting deeper and deeper into this area now where there are ridges on either side of the road. Um, and one of them will draw attention to the fact, oh,
I think we're getting closer.
um,
Wait,
and
are we going in the same entrance we did last time? I remember something about getting turned to stone.
wait, what?
I don't remember.
Uh,
Oh,
when we came in here and the last time we played in this world.
the first time that you guys came through,
hmm
the security measures are much different.
Mm,
Um, the once the forgetting ended, um, there's there's also two different areas. The place that you're thinking of is actually in the fortified area around the castle
right.
that has a few little shops and whatnot. This is like the outer town.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay, okay.
yeah, so you're getting into that space before it ever like goes underground. It goes underground for a while before you even get to that thing that you're thinking of, but that is also different at this point.
That's
Um,
good. Because I'm not
yeah.
sure that that would be a good thing for Paul.
No, no, it really wouldn't. That was a very specific setup for that place in time. Keith, I forget. Do you have the map of the the under portion of the Crystal Spades, the township of the Crystal Spades?
I don't know that I do.
Okay. It doesn't really matter. It's going to be mainly theater of the mind, but to give you just a rough idea. So the path that you've been on for a while since getting out of the woods has been a yellow brick road. You guys have seen this before, so it's not super surprising, because you had some of that in the Emerald City. But let's see, there we go. Sorry, hopefully that wasn't too loud. But it is. It fades from that yellow brick you can see ahead as things keep getting lower and lower. Eventually, this road goes under the ground, and there's an overhang of like a stony cavern above. Um, So you'd be coming in the north where that yellow strip is. And as you get closer in, like the shops and whatnot are built into that cliffy ridge. And there are also bubbles like domes that seem to also have some buildings kind of off in the distance and things like that. You're not totally sure how to enter into those.
Is there any guards for the entrance to come down here, or is this just pretty much open for people to just come and go as they please? Like no like entryway that you would expect with some guard postings.
There is actually like a more casual guard posting on that map on either side of where the yellow brick part ends. Those little places are guard stations.
Okay.
On either side. And they're
So
not
it's kind
doing
of like
anything.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's just like a checkpoint, like making sure that they know who's coming in, who's going out, so that they know if they have problems, like where to start their search, like who to look at, who to look for, things like that. But it's not. You don't get a suspicious vibe from it. Like they are not suspicious of you. This would be like common in and out of town stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a brief check-in where they're gonna slow you down and check stuff out. But
Find all of our drugs.
right. Well, that part's an extra dimension, so they're probably not gonna like they're not detecting magic. It's mainly just a checkpoint. They're not doing a thorough investigation, but they do find it hilarious that all of you are like sitting on top of the cart. And then when they realize why, they're like, "Oh shit!" Like, "Oh, the delegation is here. The delegation is here." And and start like losing their marbles over getting the delegation of Nembi to where they're supposed to be. Um, they're so small. I imagine them being bigger.
I would
Um,
like to see them try to take them away unless they actively like are like, oh yeah, this is where we're gonna get off.
they they don't really think about it or anything like that. They're just like happily riding along, and the guards are like, We should deliver them to the palace. Um, we can take control of the journey now. How should I say that? And they kind of approach the sides of the cart uh to take your little mousy friends.
If they don't actively move to get down, I suspect that they will be defended on all sides.
Yeah. I feel like we're traveling to the palace anyway, so we can just take them.
Are we traveling to the
Are
palace?
we traveling?
Do we know? I don't think we know that we're going to the palace.
You know that you are looking for a weave walker. That's all you got.
Yeah, but I don't think we know like where he's at.
No, I don't think you do. But I mean, you
That
could
seems like a good
travel to
place
the
to start.
palace. It could be. Um, so you said that out loud, Thea?
That we're going to the palace so we can just take them.
Oh, well, it would usually be protocol to have a royal. Sorry, this is a Danny
Escort?
brain part. Yeah, thank you. That word. Basic English is gone. A royal escort. If if they wish to stay with you, they can. I can send word ahead that they'll be arriving with you.
I look at them and I say, "That's your call. You guys need us to come with, or are you guys good here and want to go with them?"
You've been delightful company. We would very much enjoy keeping with you, if that would be okay.
Sure, we're good to go. I don't even know what we're really doing here. So
That sounds
Very
about
well
right.
then.
And the guard is like, well, for propriety's sake, about halfway through the caverns, there will be a royal escort joining you to either side, and they'll just see you in. Do you know where it is you're going anyway?
to the palace. Yeah.
Oh,
I meant the
Directions
Is there
might be
a
a,
sign?
directions would be helpful.
Very well then. Staying straight ahead through this path, you'll have to kind of weave through the streets for a few through a few buildings. Um,
Well, why
at
don't you guys just escort us?
we have to stay at the checkpoint, but uh, we can. You know what? This is adorable. Yes, we shall. I will have those that were supposed to meet us come and take over here instead. If you would give us a matter of maybe 5 to 10 minutes. All right. So,
Oh.
um,
Okay.
mm,
Once we get started again, you know the scene in Aladdin where genie, so the Disney, specifically the Disney, like the animated Aladdin, the genie comes in with Prince Ali, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum. So he,
Yes.
we are going to do major image as we get a little closer, and Eden is going to be playing something, and we are going to make a big fanfare once we're within like
For
seeing distance.
their delegation. We're
Yep.
gonna do it big. Okay, that's
I
all.
love this so much.
We're playing up this delegation massive.
Oh, I love this so much, and it even kind of works with the music. Her name is Princess C. Uh,
Oh, there you go.
Princess C. Oh my gosh, I love it. Of Nation MB. Uh,
Yeah, so like he's gonna use all of his spell slots on major image and on and maybe if there's enough people around on compulsion to make people along the sides of the cart dance as they're going.
I love this so much. Is that a con save? Or not con save.
Probably
Charisma
wisdom
save?
save. Let me double check. I think it's wisdom.
I'm just gonna do this for the whole group of them. How high does it have to be?
DC 16.
I rolled a 15.
So
So anybody in that range.
okay.
What was that? Sorry.
So seeing that, I'm just gonna kind of not whisper, but I'm gonna keep my voice low so that it doesn't carry. Not sure that compulsion is the best way to do things.
I mean, if you
If
do a good
are you
enough
doing?
performance check, you'll probably just get people dancing just cause.
That is true.
So
I
anybody who would be inclined to dance will just be doing so like in tandem with everyone next to them.
Yeah, I kind of love that in this particular circumstance, because go ahead and roll me a performance. But in this circumstance, the people that were compelled to dance probably aren't going to realize that they were compelled to dance. They'll just be like, wow, that was so catchy. I could not help myself but to dance.
That's plus 11. We're gonna throw a bardic inspiration in there.
Got
'Cause and guidance plus a d4.
I love everything about this. I did not imagine a scene from Aladdin when I put these
Um,
characters in here.
Annie, quick question: did I finish my cloak?
Yes, your cloak is finished by this
I,
point.
that morning I would have given it to Eden.
Aw.
It is, if you Google search Elton John feather cloak.
I know the very one, in fact.
Now I
So
have to do the
that
thing.
is now in your possession.
Oh, he's absolutely wearing it.
This seems like the best situation to wear it in fact. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
35, by the way.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a party. So yeah, the guards end up coming over to relieve the other ones so that they can provide an escort, and they like march along the side very very austerely, and they are not prepared for the level of chaotic celebration that is about to happen.
These
So
poor
with
people really throw down.
so with some of the minor illusion on top of the major illusion, all of them are gonna suddenly look like way buffer than they already were.
One of the one looks over to the other and is just like, nice. Ooh, huh. And all of you guys just look fabulous. And like the princess is waving awkwardly, and also just like big smile across her face, like delighted by this entire thing. Can't tell if she thinks that it is the most absurd thing in the world or if she likes it unironically. Um, but it is either way, it is deeply, deeply amusing to her in a lot of fabulous ways. Um, uh, Smonset is probably the only one that is showing very obvious concern at this.
Yes, he probably should be.
Just like freaking out. Imogen is on alert for sure. It's just like this is the kind of thing that gets people assassinated, isn't it? Like, and but she's also reveling in the weirdness of it all.
And I'm
Um,
just basically going to be right there next to Image and be like, "Don't worry, if anything happens, we got
yeah, that puffs her up with confidence. She gets like a little furry patch in her chest. Goes, it's like yeah. Um, and
All the while, Eden still looks like like a gigantic mouse person.
I love this so
Uh,
much. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, you parade literally through the main section of town. Um, that's amazing. And everybody is absolutely coming unglued. Um, there is a secondary gate. Um, and it's taken you a good like it's been a good like 15 minutes of celebration through this town. Um, which has now resulted in you kind of having a mob around you as you get to the secondary gates where there are more guards. These look a little different than your heavily guarded, more kind of, well, I mean, they're still humanoid, but than your heavily armored, just fighter type, soldiers. These look more like kind of warrior women. If you think the woman king kind of vibe, standing there baffled, just completely baffled. And one of them looks over like, no, no, no carriages beyond this point. Um, I feel like we need more something to be able to bring you in with the same amount of flourish. Uh,
We're good. We've got the flourish. We're just
you
going in.
you are part of the delegation then?
it." Yeah, we're the degradation.
We are now.
And the princess just nods.
Yes, these are my new delegates.
And Smonset's just like, um, and she she kind of examines everybody. Um, if I may have you sign, she'll hand you a little kind of sign in sort of a thing. She has no idea how to handle this. She was not prepared for a parade to come through to her gate today. This was not this was not what I had in mind. She says to the other one, they said a modest delegation. I did not understand. I
And
wonder
this
what
is
their
what they call
immodest
modest.
dedication is,
This is what
right?
they call modest where they're from.
What happens when they go all out?
Their city's about to become like a tourist attraction.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so once she gets that, um, like they will have to kind of push some of the crowd back, to get you guys in through the gates and then close them behind you. And past this, it's much quieter. There's still like traffic in and out. Um, and there is like a one person gate there too that's getting a lot more use. Like there are definitely people coming in and out of that gate with fair frequency, but not in great numbers. Like they're more cautious with how many and who they let in to that space. Um
It might
you
be at
guys
this point that Eden is like, oh, maybe I should ask actually. Did you want to have like trumpets and things? Or was that just because
I,
I can stop now if you would like.
I had never seen anything like that before. I didn't mind it. It was a lot of fun. I just don't know what's a good thing to do here. If that's a thing that happens here, then I'm glad that you did it.
I've never been here before. I don't know.
I
Oh,
bet it happens here now.
This is
Now
the new
every
standard.
delegation
The
gets
bar
to
has been
parade.
set.
Um, oh,
I can't wait for the future lore that comes out of this, where it's like it sets the standard where all these other like cities are like, have you heard about how crazy the mouse people are? Like, like, like they are like spectacular. Like I feel like every delegation they do from now on, now they're gonna have to do this every time because we set the standard.
oh, I love it. I love it. Before I go farther into that space, Teffin, um, the
Poor Tefin.
gate immediately across from that gate is a tavern with stables and stuff like that. Um, the guards offer to take the cart and horse um, over to that space, if that is acceptable to you, and like they are immediately in eye shot, so they are also like kind of guarding that space.
Yeah, that's fine. Since I get a sense that the streets are kind of narrowing, and we really do need to leave Quimby and the cart here. Um, I will drive us over there so that we can disembark and I can lock things up.
Um,
Okay.
forgive me for saying so, but would it not be maybe a bad idea to leave your familiar here to warn us if anything should happen to the cart? Would that help ease your mind, Stefan?
Yes, yes, that would be.
Do you need me to guard it?
You're coming with us.
Oh, I don't know. You guys tell me what you need me to do.
I mean,
Eden is nodding behind Paul vigorously, like we're not leaving him.
you're the. I mean, you're like the main honor guard, right? This was your idea.
Well, I just if they want me to come, that's fine. I'm just saying like where I'm needed, you guys let me know.
I'll leave Archimedes. Stay here, watch the cart. Let me know if something goes wrong.
We will protect your things
Thank you very much.
and
Protect
your
all
good
of our
little boy.
drugs.
Yep.
Do they take our weapons from us? Because I'm assuming at a certain point they're probably going to take our weapons from us, right?
Not here,
Okay.
but they will before you get into the castle. Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
Yeah. Well, we just continue along, I guess, with the procession of
All
mice
right.
people.
I do
So
a face with Archimedes because he's a bumblefuss.
yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh, I
right.
love it.
That's right.
Okay.
I love it. That makes me happy. Um. I'm actually really glad that he was a bumble. That I forgot he was a bumblefuzz though, because since I thought he was an owl, That was why he saw them so far ahead, because he was like, ooh, lunch. So it probably helped you find these people. You might not have even found them. So I'm kind of glad I forgot about that. But the as you enter into this, so this is also a thing that you would have noticed before, but you were probably so distracted by the adorable people that you picked up off the road that you missed this. While this is underground, it is still as bright as day. There are orbs overhead that seem to be containing magic that takes the sky from above and creates that effect below. So since it is a reasonably bright day, it feels like sunlight down here, and for all intents and purposes, it is. And you can see all the holes just cast little extra bits of light everywhere down below. There are chains of like potted plants that go all the way to the top, all the way down. That get watered on the chains. They're so like beautiful, lush surroundings. Occasionally gigantic trees that part of them is partially hollowed out for a shop or for some sort of an important building. Um, there are veins of precious stone that kind of shimmer in the walls. And a lot of the walls are like mossy and have vines creeping up them. This is a gorgeous, really bizarre place that if you say underground city is not what you think. Like it is not dark, it is not dirty. I mean, it's dirty because there's dirt. But it's this is a weird underground paradise kind of a vibe. Um, and all kinds of people. Like you're in the crowds that were moving and grooving. Some of them not so voluntarily, but they didn't know that. Um, there were like gnomes. Like a couple of dwarves were out there. That was very. There's not many. There's were really like literally only a couple. Um, there were kobolds. There are quite a few kobolds here. Um, there are big like stone monsters, Galabdir, that are kind of meandering through just as normal citizens. There are all kinds of different humanoid things. There's a higher tiefling concentration. There's like it is a very diverse place. But it might be the first time that you guys have seen very many Galabdir or kobolds, and they seem like a pretty uh, like something that happens here a lot. There are also quite a bit of quite a few Renethri. Um, so um, this is kind of one of those things that as you get into this gate, there is a massive tree trunk in front of you that has like um, several hollowed out uh, areas that are their own little shop areas now. There is also a very fancy inn on one side that is a tavern in a tree, and then this like crystal cave that looks like it's effectively entirely amethyst. And as you round around that tree with the different shops in it, there's just this gigantic palace made of different crystals, um, with this huge like stone kind of turret, a large tower in one side of it, um, with a
I
couple of
think that's where we're
trees.
going.
Yep. So that is what you see. Do you guys carry the mouse people from this point?
I mean, I guess if we're walking as the delegation, I would offer to them if that's what they would want.
Yeah. Not just picking them up
Oh,
willy-nilly.
I also offer if they want, they can ride on my back as a panther, or not a panther, but a leopard,
Cheetah
right?
leopard thing. Yep.
That be
Cheetah,
easier?
not a leopard, cheetah.
Would that be easier?
It's whatever you want. I transform into a cheetah.
Ooh.
You know,
And I
usually
just
this.
lay on the ground so that they can put her palanquin on,
All right.
get it
Um,
fixed.
And
yeah.
do we want the fanfare still?
Hmm, it seems a lot quieter on this side. I think it might be out of place.
Okay,
Make it maybe a softer fanfare.
I got
Uh,
you.
okay.
Um, as you continue winding through, uh, there is like running from you hear like footsteps running before like kind of through one of the little alleys, like one of the spaces between tree trunks and whatnot, and there's laughter coming through. Um, and two boys that look like about 15 uh, kind of stumble out into the road, like clearly they've been roughhousing and like chasing after each other and whatnot. And one of them just tumbles headlong like into the street in front of you guys. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Um, this one has like little horn nublets. Uh, otherwise looks like a kind of normal human 15-year-old. Um, and the other one is Renethri, has these like big glistening green eyes. Um, and his wings kind of flutter behind him for a second, and he kind of shakes him off, um, and
It might be
freezes in
worth
front of you.
they might be worth reminding for those who don't remember. The Renethri were like the nomads that we ran into in Emerald City, and the ones that were like part of that underground group. The nope, what were they called? The
Underground group.
Wall?
Oh yeah. There was some Renethri in the wall. So very like kind of toffee skin, very dark hair. Most of them keep it long, but not all of them do. They all have like those glistening green eyes that, when I say glistening, like those weird stuffed animals that have the really shiny eyes, that kind of glistening, but less, fake aluminum looking, I guess. Um, and have odd shoes. They all have odd shoes for kind of a cloven toe structure. Um, and with this particular one, has wings exposed. It looks like he has giant like dragonfly wings. Um, so and kind of pointed ears. So yeah, that's like general Renethri traits. Um, so they stumble out into the road like right in front of you, and like realize that all of the fanfare and the weirdness is coming from you guys.
It's us.
Great
Um,
awareness.
and yeah, no spatial awareness whatsoever. It is very clear. I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Like gets up and kind of dusts off and moves to the side. Sorry about that, guys. And the Renethri one just like freezes and stares like right at you guys. Um, really kind of awkwardly for a second, and then flips back into kind of more normal existence mode for a sec. Do you respond in any way?
Is there any threat? Do we feel any threat, or is it just
Kids being kids.
Feels like kids being kids. But the freeze was kind of weird.
And he doesn't look familiar to us at all.
No, but he sure looked at you like you were.
You being Thea specifically?
All of you in general.
Hmm.
even cheetah me?
Cheetah, you probably not so much.
Okay.
Uh, and they are definitely looking more at you, like you guys,
And not
than
delegation.
yeah,
Yeah.
than the mouse people. Um, so yeah, um,
Can we see the palace from where we're at?
you can see the top of it. Yeah,
Top of it?
Let's kill him. Let's just kill these kids. Be done with it.
No, no,
they
that would be a huge problem for us.
in so many ways. And they do step aside, but you do notice like the Renethri one kind of walks alongside you a little bit.
Is everything okay?
Yes, who are you?
I'm Thea. Who are you?
My name is Sue. And the other one is chasing behind him, like, why did you stop? What?
How do the guards react to these two? The guards that are from here.
They are local kids that the guards know, so they just kind of like smile and nod at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're not like telling them that they need to leave because of the delegation or anything like that. They're just letting them kind of follow along.
Yeah, for right now. And in fact, like one of them does respond when Siu is like kind of starts and whatnot. There's definitely like an eyebrow raise as far as like what, but like doesn't seem threatened at all. More of a questioning thing. But they're not telling him to go the other direction or anything like that. They're okay with them kind of tagging along for here and now.
All right. So I get a feeling these kids are probably not somebody important's kids.
Oh, okay. I thought it's like you think they're gonna pickpocket us?
No, just that they probably the kids of somebody important in the palace.
Are you guys heading to the palace?
I was headed home, but you seem more interesting. And the other one is like rolling his eyes and like, come on, Sue, come on. Why are we following them? We're gonna be there later anyway. And he just kind of holds his hand up. Okay.
Eden immediately pegs him for like noble kid.
Noble brat.
Yep.
And like they're well dressed. They're not dressed like royalty. But they're well dressed.
Prince and the Pauper situation.
Yeah, they're definitely like tousled about like 15-year-olds that roughhouse, but nothing serious. As you get up closer to the palace, like both of them are kind of jiving to the music a little bit. And the guards are standing there very attentively. There's a line of like 6 of them on the outside. And one of them like waves at the kids and then realizes that there's more happening and like snaps back up to attention. Who goes there?
I respond in cheetah roar.
Yes. And Visni,
Forgetting that I'm a cheetah.
after the cheetah roar, Visni speaks up. We are the delegation of Nembi. Here to seek audience with the queen. And they all kind of look at all of you and then look at them because they were not sure what to expect. They were not told that these were mice people.
People of Nimby is a very diverse culture.
they look around and the first 2 take a knee and kind of bow their heads. The others kind of stay standing tall at attention. And so you can kind of hear the whispers. I don't know, she said that they were coming through the gates. This must be them. Like kind of talking amongst themselves. And one of the guards like grabs one of the boys' sleeves and like, you stay back. You can hear, well, I guess roll me a perception check. All of you can.
Oh wow. 17.
Nice.
8.
Was that 8 or 18?
8.
8.
15.
14.
Did Paul legitimately get the best perception
He
check?
did. He did.
I'm just
Um,
humming along to the music.
So, Paul and Eden of this group are the only ones who hear this, but the boy says, they are not part of the delegation. They're looking for someone.
Great.
I respond in cheetah without realizing I'm still cheetah. Yeah, we are. Do you happen to know where the Weave Walker is?
Eden's like,
I guess he just goes.
Uh, the the guards all kind of the one kind of gestures to the others and they hold. They're like, pause.
Eden will stop, like, his fingers still on the strings.
Just a pause in the music. Um, are you all delegates of Nembi? The princess looks up
Yes, they are all with me.
very, very confidently, and the boy is just like trying to. You see the gears going in his brain, and he's shaking his head.
Eden's just gonna throw him a look, like, don't do this.
He he.
I mean,
you know,
she's not lying because we are like
yeah,
we
she's
promised
now
to help
delegated
keep them
you.
to the palace. Like, we may not be from Nimby, but we are part of their delegation at this point.
The royal has
So
spoken it. It is done.
it is
Yep.
so. Um. So the as the royal says this, um, the uh soldier kind of like leans over and whispers something into the boy's ear. You can kind of like something. Are they dangerous? Something.
Yes.
And he kind of he narrows his eyes. Not to us. And the guy's just like, okay. And she says that they were them, so we're just gonna let this happen. Uh, and so they all let you continue forward, and the doors swing open into the foyer
Is
for
this
you.
not where they would disarm us?
Yes, I'm
Or
sorry. They would disarm you at this point.
So I have a question on logistics for D&D then, because I do have a battle axe and two hand axes and that sword. But when I turn into cheetah form, what happens to those? Do they just kind of like merge into my form?
What I understand with anything wild shape oriented is that you can choose for them not to, but I think the default is that they just kind of merge into you.
Okay, so then I am just a cheetah that doesn't have a battle axe and two hand axes and a magical sword on me. Okay, just wondering what the like. I didn't know if I had to imagine that my cheetah had an axe strapped to its back or something like that.
That is a really great mental image, but no. Uh,
Does that cheetah have?
so yes, they will take the time here to disarm you, um, and
So Eden is really reluctant to give up his sword, but when he does, he'll say something to the effect of, "This was a gift from death. If it is to go missing, your head will be on the line."
Lady Rose.
I'm try I'm gonna roll to see if he remembers that he knows that. Maybe 13. Yeah, okay. Uh, yes.
It will be very well cared for, I assure you. We would not wish to anger her or you.
See that is done.
Of course. We've not lost a weapon yet.
Don't let this be the beginning.
Very well. And they'll let you all through. I feel like for the sicklies in the crowd and all of that, this is a little bit longer than I thought we were gonna go, but also it was a lot of fun. So
So before we do that, quick question.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because my lightning launcher is built into my armor, do they
Ooh, good
confiscate
call.
that?
Ooh.
Would they recognize it as a weapon?
You would be asked about it. How do you present it? Because, like, it's clear that there's arcing energy and stuff. So how would you present that feature
Hmm.
in explanation? If you explain that it is a weapon, it will be confiscated. You could say it's not, but you'll have to roll a persuasion or deception, one or the other. Because it is also armor, so depends on how you word your answer.
Yeah, I don't. That's a good question. I'm not sure how he would present that.
Oh, you mean my armor? It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, I'd want to, I'd want to try to allay their fears where possible. Um,
What does it look like? Can you just be like, it's just decoration?
no, actually, when it's not, when I'm
You
not
want to
using
lie
it,
to them.
I mean, when I'm not using it, I've made the point of saying that I have to actually activate it for it to charge up. So it may actually just look like a gem set into the breast piece.
Oh. And it would only read as magic when you have magic in it, or would it read as a magic item? Because they are tracking that here.
Um, a gem-like node appears in one of your armored fists or on the chest, your choice. It counts as a simple ranged weapon with a normal range. Da, 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 da. I'm not sure that it doesn't act like it's a magic weapon. No, it doesn't read like it's a magic weapon.
If this is not a magic item, if this is not a magic, like, infusion or one of those types of things,
Uh,
then honestly, they probably wouldn't question it if there's not energy in it.
yeah, it's not an infusion because it's. Hang on.
Yeah, artificers kind of baffle me a little bit, so I'm going to have to yield to your knowledge on this. They are the thing that I probably know the least, and that's saying a lot, because one of the nice things, I guess, about me as a DM is that I know nothing, so everything is unhinged, and I don't play by anybody's rules but mine.
Making it up as we go along. That's
Yep.
the whole point of it.
I was literally told not too long ago by a couple of the folks that played in this first campaign that was one of the things that they enjoyed the most about it. Like, because you don't know shit, so you just do whatever. Like, yep. I'm glad you feel like that's a strength and not a weakness, because it's absolutely the truth. I'm going to say if it's taking you that much time to figure out if it looks like a magic item, it probably isn't a magic item.
Yeah, it
If
doesn't
it's
look
not an
like it.
infusion, yeah, if
Yeah,
it's not
no.
an infusion and it's not actively doing it, like if it's a conduit for magic
Yeah,
and
that
it's not
that's
an
that's all it's
infusion,
saying is a conduit for magic, so there's nothing magical innately about it. So
okay.
uh,
Um,
now the ring on my hand, however, does set off some of their.
mhm. Remind me what that does.
It's the philosopher's edge, so I can turn the ring itself into a weapon.
Okay. They probably would confiscate that. Like normal magic items, they don't really care about too much. If it is like clearly a weapon, then they will.
Well,
And
I
the
The
mean
funny
tiny
thing
it's
though,
wyvern.
it's a ring. It's a silver ring that bears the sigil of two crossed torches and catches the light more like mercury than it does silver.
But they're actually like casting detect magic and identify and things like
That's
that
good.
where they
Okay.
roll. Now, the funny thing is though with Paul, they feel like he's just a druid. Well, I say just a druid. Like they are aware that this is not his normal shape. They
Right.
are not aware that he has a crap ton of magic weapons with him because it's all folded into one ball of magical Paul right now. So
Right.
since they just are like, well, that's a druid, they're not doing anything that's identifying the fact that he's got magic weapons.
So what you're saying is that the next time that we need like to mule magic weapons into someplace, we're gonna give them all to Paul, and he can see to himself.
It's not a dead set thing because if they are just wrote like looking at everything casting identify, they might still catch it.
Uh-huh.
But if they just think that it's a druid that's in wild shape form, like yeah, that's gonna put off magic. So they don't.
Worth a shot.
Yeah,
We're gonna
that's
track you down with all of our weapons.
You are
yep,
going to be our drug mule, my friend.
kinda. Uh,
This
so
campaign is going to turn into breaking for too long.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to check up on that to just see if the armor tripped anything.
Yep. So yeah, you get the armor pass to the ring that they would take. Um, yeah, things like the cloak and stuff like that are fine. They're not worried about that. So yeah, we will pick up there next time. Did everybody have a good time?
Very much
Absolutely.
so.